Check, check, 1, 2, check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting one on our hands as we have the first conference matchup on the year here at home at the Laughlin Center as the Pioneers of Crowley's Ridge University come into town to take on your Lincoln Christian University Red Lions. I'm Jared Glassford. Thank you for everyone for joining as we're about 5 minutes away from tip-off here in opening ceremonies. Just wanted to give a little pre-game show for LCU. A couple keys to the game as they come in here fresh off their first win, a 1-4 record on the year. And Coach Ingmeyer before the game said, gotta stop penetration. If you look at Crowley's Ridge right now, they are trying to get to the rim. He said, gotta force some threes. As a team, only shooting 28.9% from behind the arc. He said, we gotta stop penetration. We gotta keep them scooted out behind the arc. And another key for LCU, they're gonna be without the services of Dominic Williams today, ineligible to play today. So a tough loss on the season right now. Williams comes in, their leading scorer at 16.5 points per game, so got to make up that ground somehow. And for Crowley's Ridge, coming into this game last year, right now they are standing at 6-12 on the year. However, another key reserve going to be gone, a standout last year, and Bo Roberson not going to be playing today. The guard last year, a phenomenal freshman season, but is ineligible to play today, so they're going to be without him. So got to step up is the message that coaching staff had for me. Got to step up and play well without their best player. They'll still have the likes of coming in behind it as Quarter also not playing the game as well. Forgot to mention that. So there's the top two scorers, but Kyle Moore. And one thing I know about Kyle Moore after watching him last year, the last time these teams played in the conference tournament about a mile away over in Lincoln College in the third place game, the winner advanced into the national tournament, LCU, with a heartbreaking defeat. And it was an interesting ride for LCU. You have them on Friday, going up, beating Washington Adventist University, a very, very disliked team here. And LCU beat them for the second time in the season and knocked the number one seed out of the tournament. Then they had a heartbreaking defeat, a close nail-biter loss to College of the Ozarks, followed up by a crushing defeat and a dominant performance by the Pioneers of Crowley's Ridge. But two of their best players in that one not going to be here today. But one thing I know is Kyle Moore, a player to look out for if you are rooting for the Pioneers today. Very good, could score at all 3 levels of the court, so Kyle Moore going to be great to look out for. And one standout player I'm going to mention for LCU to have a special game today is number 41, A.J. Field. Field has had a quiet year so far, as coming into this game averaging 12 points per game. I look for him to have an explosive game against the Pioneers. I know there was a heavy emphasis not to put up a ton of threes in the conference tournament, but A.J. Field had an explosive game in the regular season against these Pioneers last year. So look for him to have a great game. As we're just a couple minutes away from opening tip-off, we'll be here for opening ceremonies. You're watching LCU basketball here on the Red Line Network. Please stand by for opening ceremonies. to Gaston Arena here at the Laughlin Center, Lincoln Christian University, as the visiting Pioneers of Crowley's Ridge College coming to town to face your LCU Red Lions. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your hats and please face the flag for the saying of prayer, followed by our national anthem. Please pray with me. God, thank you for a beautiful day. Got a little bit of snow on the way up here, but started to clear off, the sun shone through, and we're just reminded of all the great blessings and the beauty that you provided with us. God, thank you for letting our friends from Crowley's Ridge travel here safely, and I pray that your hand of safety may be over all the athletes and everyone involved today. We love you. We pray all these things in the holy and mighty name of Jesus. Amen. And now let's meet the starters first for the visiting Pioneers. At guard, a 5'10 senior from Tyrosa, Arkansas, number 0, Montreal James. At guard, a 6'1 senior from Fayetteville, Arkansas, number 1, Braden Williams. At guard, a 5'11 senior from Cardrone, Missouri, number 13, Kyle Moore. At forward, a 6'7 freshman from Melbourne, Arkansas, number 22, Riley Clairday. And at forward, a 6'4 sophomore from Tuckerman, Arkansas, number 23, Key Roberson. The Pioneers are coached by Chris Perkins. And now, the starting lineup for your LCU Red Lions. At guard, a 5'9 freshman from Augusta, Georgia, number 11, Nehemiah Baker. At guard, a 6'2 junior from Rockton, Illinois, number 15, Josh Donaldson. At guard, a 6'1 sophomore from Francisville, Indiana, number 30, Jansen Veloto. At forward, a 6'4 sophomore from Noblesville, Indiana, number 41, A.J. Field. And at forward, a 6'5 sophomore from Colfax, Louisiana, number 50, Xavier Roberson. The Red Lions are coached by Mac Ingmeyer. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to get underway with opening tip-off here at the Laughlin Center. We got an exciting basketball matchup between the visiting Crowley's Ridge College Pioneers and your Lincoln Christian University Red Lions. As we open up here, as I mentioned in the starting lineup, Crowley's Ridge is going to be wearing their away green uniforms, white trim, LCU in their home whites with red trim. I believe we're taking a second to get the clock operated straight. And I think we're ready to go. So here we go. Opening tip-off here in game number 1 here at the Laughlin Center. Tip-off underway and controlled by the Pioneers. They'll get the first crack at offense. So Montreal James now with the ball. They kick it over Kyle Moore, always dangerous with the ball in his hands. A reversal, the three up on its way. The first shot, no good. Rebounded by Roberson. And that's what Coach Ingmeyer said they want to do, force the three taken. As Roberson puts up a three, too strong. Rebounded by the Pioneers. But Coach Ingmeyer put a special emphasis. They want to keep Crowley's Ridge out of the paint. They're not a great three-point shooting team, so if they can force them to take a lot of tough ones, they get a shot in this game, especially without their best player in Bo Roberson. As the mid-range shot up on its way, and 2 rebounds already for Xavier Roberson for LCU, and they'll get the second crack on offense. As here we go, Baker gets in the paint. Out to Donaldson, thought about the 3, instead puts it on the deck. Back out to Baker, into Roberson that time. 10 seconds on the shot clock, got to do something with it. As Baker down low to Roberson. Great post move on that one, but lays it up just a little short. And here come the Pioneers now on offense. As Williams, thinking about it instead, throws it out. Excellent defense being played on both sides right now as Kyle Moore guarded closely by Baker. Moore goes up, shot blocked by Baker. Here we go, LCU running with it. Baker out to Floto, back out to Baker. He gets in the lane, puts it high off the glass and scores for the first basket of the contest. So excellent defense to offense that time for LCU. As here we go now, Williams thinking about the 3, but instead gives it out to Moore. And LCU packed in to the paint right now as that take by James gets right to the deck and scores. Montrell James came off the bench a little bit at the end of last year, but very good offensive player, definitely a spark plug for this Crowley's Ridge team, and they're going to need every ounce of it. As Field has it up top, over to Donaldson. LCU doing a good job moving the ball around, also moving the players around. 10 seconds of the shot clock. Floto gets in to Roberson, the 15-footer short. And it's still a 2-2 ball game. As Williams gets right to the rim and scores. And a quick timeout, a 30-second timeout going to be taken by Coach Ingmeyer, which means we're going to take our first break ourselves. We'll back here in just a moment here on the Red Line Network. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As we have ourselves a 4-2 ball game in the quick timeout taken by Coach Ingmeyer. And that's one of the keys he did mention at the beginning of the day when I asked him what are some keys for victory for LCU, and he said we got to keep them out of the paint at all costs. They are devastating finishers at the rim. As Donaldson will put up a 3. That's too strong off the top of the backboard, and here comes Crowley's Ridge. Kyle Moore got to pick him up before the three-point arc, one of the lone three-point shooters on this Pioneers team. As James thought about it, kicks it back out to Williams. Williams, excellent defense being played right now. Williams, good hands by Field, and here comes LCU. Floto running at full court. Kicks it back to Field. As Baker has it and will call the set play for LCU. Little blocker mover action gets Xavier up top. Back to Donaldson. Over to Floto. Excellent screen set by Roberson, but better defense that time by Braden Williams. A tough shot, and here come the Pioneers. So Williams gets right into the paint. Bulldozer, great block that time by Floto. 3 blocks on the day for the Red Lions so far. Baker pushing it up court, up to Donaldson. He'll take it right to the rim, tries to dump it off to Roberson, just off his hands. And here comes Crowley's Ridge now. James is all 5'7" and has that shot blocked by Jansen Floto, 5'10", excuse me. But I think, no disrespect to Montrell James, but sometimes you lie about your height on the stat sheets, and there's no way he is 5'10". But excellent finisher nonetheless for the young man. And that time Kyle Moore slashes to the rim, a little backdoor cut, and scores to Crowley's Ridge to move the lead at 6-2. So offense right now hard to come by for both teams. Both teams being very aggressive on the defensive end as Donaldson kicks it back out to Baker. That's tipped out of bounds, but will stay this way. So Crowley's Ridge didn't lose a ton, it looks like, from last year to this year as far as depth on the team. So essentially the same team that LCU played back in February as a 3-up and good for A.J. Field. And that's what I said at the beginning of the game. He's got to have a great game if LCU wants to pull this one. Here we go, still aggressive man defense being played by LCU. Kyle Moore, he'll put up a 3. That's too strong. Rebounded by Donaldson. LCU now looking to push. Baker swings out to Floto, back to Donaldson. LCU doing a good job moving the ball around. Roberson, the little hook shot. That's no good. Roberson, has had a couple short ones at the rim, just hasn't been able to finish. As James goes up, that shot too strong. And James, for being 5'8", doing a very good job at having a nice little touch shot at the rim, just not going for him right now. Donaldson into Roberson. Receives the handoff. He goes right up. Might have got away with a little push, but misses the shot. And still, the lid not being kind to either team right now is that shot right at the rim. Kyle Moore, a deep 3 on its way from Moore. That's in and out. Donaldson now, 2-on-2 fast break. Donaldson charges right up, kicks out to Field. That's going to be money any day of the week, and that's good for A.J. Field. And boy, I am so glad the announcer's curse didn't work for me right there. A.J. Field now 2 for 2 from behind the arc. There's Moore now with the ball. Kicks over that time to Roberson. Roberson back inside to Moore. Moore, excellent defense that time by Nehemiah Baker. Shot clock down to 10. James, that 3, no good. Here comes LCU. Mentioned at the tip-off, before the tip-off, Crowley's Ridge just a 28% shooting team from deep as a team. So LCU doing a very good job forcing them so far to take outside looks. However, every single basket they have come by has come right at the rim. This Baker back out to Floto. He'll try a 3. That's good! LCU starts up hot from deep. And it's an 11-6 ball game in favor of your Red Lions. James back to Roberson. Roberson, he'll try a deep 3, and that's cash. So excellent recognition right there by Roberson. See the defender's hands were down, he puts up the 3. So it's now 11-9 favor of your Red Lions. 13 minutes to go here in the first half of play. Donaldson, bad pass that time, ends up another turnover. One-on-one fast break. As excellent take that time by Williams, a better defense by Floto. And Jansen's Floto's post defense right now is outstanding for the Red Lions. As that shot, or excuse me, that pass tipped out of bounds. So we got substitutions for both teams now. So it looks like for Crowley's Ridge, we got C.J. Maxwell and Alex Marrow. Number 21 and 24. And for LCU, checking in for the first time, Cody Russell, the freshman from California, Maryland, as well as number 25, Jace Lobner from, I'm not even going to pronounce that. I know how to pronounce where he's from, but he's from Wisconsin. So we'll go from there. Floto back out to Lobner. Lobner got to do something with it. Sent to Floto. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Floto spins, goes right to the rim. That shot a little short, might have got fouled, but the refs didn't call it that way. So Crowley's Ridge, very wise that time by Maxwell, kicks it back out, and they'll sit up shop. Maxwell to Marrow, and that's going to be out of bounds. LCU basketball. So just a little misdirection that time by Alex Marrow, the freshman guard from Mammoth Springs, Arkansas. Here we go now. Baker kicks it down into Russell. Russell, one dribble, back out to Baker, to Floto. He'll try another 3. That's on the mark. Jansen Floto, 2 for 2 from deep to start off this one. And that puts LCU right now at a perfect, or excuse me, not a perfect, but they are now 4 for 6 from behind the arc today. So red hot shooting to start the game. And if you remember back in the regular season meeting between these two teams last year, that was the recipe for success for LCU. They made a ton of 3s, looking to see if they can do that again. As excellent rebound that time by Russell. And LCU now with the possession on offense. Field Kicks over Lobner. Lobner, some excellent face, but kicks it back out. There's a shot clock now down to 10. Baker, the field, contested 3 on its way, but it's good. And when you got it, you got it. And A.J. Field is now 3 for 3 from behind the arc today. And he knows it too. 17-9 ball game. As Williams kicks for that time to Merrill. Mishandled it, but still ends up with it. Back to Williams. And right now, if you're Crowley's Ridge, you got to start hitting some deep shots to put yourself back in this game. As Roberson, that shot too long. Good rebound that time by Field. As Baker now with the ball over to Field. Back into Russell. Russell thought about it instead, sends it back out. And LCU now reconfigure as Baker goes right to the rim, takes the contact. And got away with a major contact right there is Kyle Moore, but he'll take it up. Moore working on Baker, instead kicks it out to Roberson. Excellent defense that time by Baker. Merrill goes right to the rim. Shot no good that time. Excellent defense by A.J. Field. And foul going to be on the rebound on Alex Merrill. That's going to be the first foul of the ball game on either team. Whew. So a little stop in the action as we're going back and forth. As checking into the game is Carlton King, number 22 for LCU, the freshman from East St. Louis, Missouri. Zlobner now has the ball for LCU. Back to Baker. Baker, the 15-footer. That's open, but too strong. Excellent rebound that time by Carlton team. Little pump fake, and he goes up and scores. A lead now to 10 for the Red Lions, 19-9. And right now, Crowley's Ridge, this is where you need Bo Roberson. That three is good by Braden Williams. And a timeout going to be taken immediately by Coach Perkins. 30-second timeout, which means we're going to take a breath ourselves. We'll be back here just a moment here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back. As this game has been exciting since the opening tip-off, 19-12 in favor of LCU. It's Lobner. Hound now has it, gives it over to Field. And something tells me Field going to have to work extremely hard for every three he's going to get the rest of the way as he puts up a three. That shot too strong. And a baseball pass right there goes way up. Shot blocked by Field. Goes back up again, though, and scores is C.J. Maxwell. Lead now cut down to just 5. In another almost careless turnover as Field has it in the corner, puts the ball on the deck, and he's going to be fouled on the floor. That foul going to go against Braden Williams, his first, team second. So 2 fouls to none on Crowley's Ridge. Very low fouling game as that pass, and that's a careless turnover. Here we go, Crowley's Ridge now. The lob up to Maxwell, but you don't need the lob when it goes in, so I guess a little runner that time by Braden Williams. It results in another possession now here for LCU. Lead cut down to just 3. Lobner dribbles in, back over to Field to Baker. Back to Russell. Good ball reversals right now, but 10 seconds on the shot clock. Baker goes right in, got to kick it back out to Lobner. Lobner goes up and scores. Excellent bucket that time by Jace Lobner. And they needed that one, but ooh, contested three. Great shot by Braden Williams. So now just a 2-point ball game. Crowley's Ridge has clawed their way back into this one, 21-19. As Russell has it, kicks over to Lobner. And right now Carlton King wide open in the post, just not giving it to him. Russell puts the ball on the deck, goes right to the rim, and he bullies his way to get the bucket to push the lead back up to 4. Little breathing room now for LCU, but not much as Kyle Moore has the ball on the left side. Moore thinking about it, sends, kicks it down to Williams. Williams eyeing Merrill, but excellent help side defense that time, both Field and Lobner. Maxwell goes right to the rim. Good defense that time by Russell, but he still muscles his way in and scores for Crowley's Ridge. That lead now back to 2 for LCU. Is Lobner. Back to Russell. Russell thought about it since he gets it down to King, and King, that hook shot, too strong. As you're going to Williams, and he's going to be tangled up on the floor. I believe that foul going to go against Carlton King, and it does. It's going to be the first foul on Carlton King, and first foul for your Red Lions. As we go now, Donaldson and Floto checking back into the game for Lobner and Field. Field putting in extra work right now, playing great. For LCU, got to take a breather. So James now also checking it for Crowley's Ridge. Back to Merrill. Back to Maxwell. 10 seconds on the shot clock. CJ Maxwell goes in. Long two on its way, and that's too strong. Donaldson looking to push. Up to King. King kicks it back to Donaldson. Donaldson thought about the three and said to Baker, he'll try a three. That's in and out. As Donaldson went up to fight for it, and the ball out of bounds going to be say it was off the Pioneers, so LCU gets the ball underneath. So with 6:31 to go here in the first quarter, it's a 23-20. Actually, called a foul on the play, and that foul not really sure on that one. They're saying it was on number 20, but unless my stats are wrong, there's no 20 on the floor. As that shot is up and in. All right, anyway, I'm confused, but hey, I'm not getting paid to officiate. It's James back over to Maxwell. Back to Merrill, thought about the three, but instead puts it on the deck. James working on Donaldson. He goes right to the rim. An excellent finish right there, and he gets fouled and will go to the line to shoot 2, as that foul going to go against Jansen Floto, his first, team's second. So Montel James on the year, a 17 for 26 for good for 65% from the free throw line. So not a great free throw shooter as he goes to the line for his first attempt, and that's good. As a team, Crowley's Ridge only shooting 67%. So once again, very much a driving-oriented team, not a great free throw shooting team, not a great three-point shooting team, but still a solid overall team, standing in at 6-12. So, I mean, take it how you want, I guess, but he makes both of them to put this at a 2-point game, 25-23 with 5:45 to go here in the first half. Bryce Cook checks in, he has the seal. Go to work, big man. Bryce Cook works in the middle. His hook shot no good. That rebounded by Montrell James, excuse me. As Maxwell got away with a travel and still scores. So here we go. Here we go. Lob it up to Floto. Floto goes right up and bullies his way. Got away with a lot of contact on that one. But that shot going to go out of bounds. And that's going to check back into the game. Kyle Moore senior guard from Cardwell, Missouri, by way of Mineral Area College in Missouri. So we go now, James. James gives it over to Duncan. Duncan back to Moore. Moore dribbles it in, back to James. James finds the best-looking mustache on the floor, and he kicks it back down. Goes up. That shot too strong. Back to Maxwell. Great defense being played by Bryce Cook right now. As Duncan again has it, and this time going to be secured by Bryce Cook. So back to Roberson. Roberson working on Maxwell. Goes up strong and scores for the Red Lions. LCU reclaims the lead, 27-25. Like to follow along? Go ahead and get on DAC Stats, official stat provider of the NIA. Look at the live webcast of the game. Once again, that is a DAC Stats, DAKSTATS. As Maxwell puts up a three. That's too strong. Bryce Cook, limited minutes so far, but he has played excellent basketball as Jansen will put up a three. That's good for Floto. Floto stays perfect on the day from behind the arc. As James thought about handing it off, but instead takes it himself. Once again, excellent interior defense. Duncan back to Moore. Good reversal, better defense. Moore puts it on the deck and scores for the Pioneers. So 3-point advantage for LCU, 30-27. Baker working on James. Back to Roberson, and they're going to call a weak offensive foul on that one. Not sure. I mean, that looked like normal contact. Usually the only time they call that is when there's obvious lowering the shoulder if someone falls, but oh well, I don't make the rules. Here we go now, Crowley's Ridge with the ball on offense. James, guarded closely by Baker, goes right in, puts the 15-footer up and good. For being the shortest guy on the floor, James is finding his spots. He's got 6 points on the day, as it's now just a 1-point advantage for LCU. Roberson thought about handing off instead, puts it on, then it goes up. A lot of contact, should have been a foul, and finally gets it, and will go to the line to shoot two. So Roberson now will go to the line. The foul going against. They're going to call that on Tyrell Ware. Number 2 just checking in for Crowley's Ridge as the first free throw is no good. Roberson on the year, not a great free throw shooter at 7 for 13 at 53%, 0 for 1 on the day. So second attempt by Roberson is good. 2-point advantage, 31-29 in favor of LCU with 2:53 to go here in the first half. As James has it, James get right to the rim. That shot goes up and good. So 5-7 continues to impress here amongst the trees for LCU. As Field, that pass deflected. All the momentum shifting towards Crowley's Ridge right now. Kyle Moore goes up to the rim and scores for the Pioneers, and they have reclaimed the lead 33-31. As Field back over to Donaldson. Over to Floto. He'll put up a three. That's too strong. Excellent fight for it that time by Roberson, but it ends up in the hands of the Pioneers. They're looking to push. Moore kicks it back that time to Duncan. Duncan back to Moore. He'll put up a three. That's way off. Back to Floto, and we got a foul, 90 feet from LCU's hoop. Not a great foul right that time for the best-looking mustache on the court in Micah Duncan. Timeout going to be called here by Coach Meyer and the Red Lions. Going to be a full timeout, which means we'll take a break ourselves. You're watching LCU basketball on the Red Line Network. Welcome back to the action. It's coming out of timeout. Got 2:15 to play here in the first half of play as Crowley's Ridge has a 2-point advantage, 33-31. But Crowley's Ridge right now opens up in a 2-2-1 press. So obviously that's how you beat it. Get the ball to the middle and you got it beat. As Baker goes out, back over to Field, to Floto. Good ball reversals right now for LCU. Back out to Field. Field will put up a deep three. Too strong. It almost got his own rebound, but Moore able to corral it. And here come the Pioneers. James goes up. Excellent finish that time by Montrell James. And lead now to 4. Floto guarded by Duncan. Back to Baker. Back to Floto. Floto goes right up to the rim. That shot hangs up there for a while, but eventually falls down. Got a near flop call by Crowley's Ridge, but we play on. Game back to 2. Minute 20 to play. Moore kicks it inside. Crowley's Ridge looking to eat a little clock. Maxwell, a deep 2. That's too strong. Rebounded by Field. And I don't know why you take that. If your foot is literally on the 3-point line, might as well just take a step back and get more points out of it. Donaldson now over to Floto. He has the hot hand, and that continues. Jansen Floto unconscious from behind the arc to start this game. And LCU has reclaimed the lead 36-35. 45 seconds remaining. As Moore has it, they can go 2 for 1 right now, but got to go quick. So Maxwell puts up a 3. That's too strong. Field the rebound as he hands it right that time to Montrell James. And they reclaim the lead. Here we go. Shot clock. Shot clock turned off. It's Donaldson over to Baker. 11 seconds. As Baker and that ball off the hands of Donaldson sails out of bounds. 8.2 seconds to go here in the first half of play. As Duncan gets it into Moore. Here we go. Crowley's Ridge looking to push. Moore going to throw it rogue right to the rim. Got away with the travel, but still scores for the Pioneers. As Floto, the half-court heave is up. And hits off the side of the backboard, and that'll conclude the first half of play. So Crowley's Ridge with a little bit of electric ends the half with 2 back-to-back scores to take a 3-point advantage, 39-36. So we're going to take a little break. We'll be back here for first half analysis and the second half of action here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back as we're about to get underway here with the second half of action here at the Laughlin Center, Gaston Arena, more beautiful Lincoln Christian University. And man, it is very snowy, wintry January Saturday towards the end of the month, and it's an exciting time here at LCU as we got, I believe, intensive classes starting this coming week, so students starting to move back onto campus. And the following week is when everyone is back for good for the semester. Special shout out to our administration as we're going back in person and live. And boy, I don't know about the rest of you guys listening, but online school is definitely not for me. So I'm very thankful that we're able to come back and do it safely. So exciting thing to be in place as we get the second half underway. LCU will start with the possession to start things off. Down 3, 39-36. Here we go. Baker dribbles up top, Floto, and that's why you don't gamble. Wide open three off left that time by Field. But gambling almost made him pay. As here we go now. Moore keeps it up top to Roberson. Roberson on the drive, and he scores. Excellent take that time by Key Roberson. So the lead pushed up to 5. As Donaldson back to Roberson. Roberson, the hook shot off. Here come the Pioneers now. And it looks like we had an electric pace on both teams for the first half, but it looks like Crowley's Ridge wanting to slow things down a little bit and get a good shot. As James now working on Donaldson. James goes up, a series of fakes, kicks that to Roberson. He'll try a three. That's too strong. And I don't know how you let the shortest player on the floor get an uncontested putback, but that's exactly what just happened for LCU. So Baker out to Floto. Kicks it up time to Roberson. He'll try a three. That's money. He's now 1 for 2 on the day from behind the arc. It's Kyle Moore now. Kicks up time to Williams. Williams over to James. James receives a screen, kicks it back out. Moore thought about the three, instead takes it in. A step back 2 on its way, and rebounded by LCU. So we got now Baker. Goes all the way to the rim and will go to line to shoot 2. We got our first foul on the half. Foul going to go against Riley Clairday. And I believe, Deuce, I am right, that is his first foul on him. First foul of this second half of play for Crowley's Ridge. So that'll send Nehemiah Baker to the line. Baker on the year, a 2 for 3 on the year, 67%, as his first free throw attempt no good. Next shot on its way. That's no good as well. So here comes Crowley's Ridge, 43-39. Yeah, the shot clock did not start, so we're going to fix that. As we go now, Montrell James with the ball up top. Donaldson defending. They're calling a set play now, out to Roberson. Roberson double teamed up top, just gets it off. As James now goes right to the rim, kicks it outside to Moore. And Moore able to get the rebound. That skip pass up to Williams. And 15 seconds on the shot clock now. As Roberson throws that out of bounds, careless mistake off a miscommunication, and that's going to result in a turnover for the Pioneers. And Coach Ingmeyer thought that should have been an offensive foul down low. And I'm going to have to side with Coach Ingmeyer on that one. It looked like my man set his feet and took a charge, and there was a no call. Here we go. Field now down low. Field back to Flotel. He'll put up a three. That's too strong. Rebounded by Roberson. Goes right back up with it, and will go to the line to shoot one more. Grown man move inside by Xavier Roberson, and he will go to the line to shoot the N1. That foul going to go against Riley, or excuse me, nope, I had it wrong. That foul going to go against Kyle Moore, his first team second of the second half. So Roberson's free throw is good. Now a 1-point ball game, 43-42 in favor of Crowley's Ridge with 17:15 to go here in the second half of play. Moore has it on the left side. Aggressive man defense being played right now by LCU. They're extending pressure well beyond the three-point arc. As James has it. The switch being made. Starts working on Baker. Tries to just shout to Williams. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Williams got to put up a three, and that's good. As Williams puts up the three, extends the lead back to 4 for the Pioneers. As Baker kicks it into Roberson. Roberson fakes the handoff, instead spins towards the rim, goes up and scores. And Xavier Roberson with a couple of great possessions right now for LCU. As Williams, the reversal to Moore. Moore seems to screen for Roberson. He'll work in, but has to kick it back out. James, he finds his way to the paint, tries the runner, and that's good. So lead back to 4 for the Pioneers. As Baker dribbles up floor. Looks like a 5-round-1 set for LCU. Roberson. Back to Donaldson. Over to Field. He'll put up a three. That's short. A.J. Field 0 for 2 to start off the second half of play. But you got to know he'll catch fire eventually, as James right now all over the place. He's got 16 right now for Crowley's Ridge. So we go Donaldson back over to Field. Field thought about it, puts it on the deck, back out to Donaldson. Donaldson splits the gap over to Field. And good two-man game being played. They end up with an open shot, and that three is good by Josh Donaldson. Excellent two-man game between him and A.J. Field. Ends up in a wide-open three-point shot. And it is now 50-47. As Roberson, he'll drive right to the lane and scores, just using his size amongst the trees for LCU, and he bullies his way for the score there. Donaldson, he'll try a three, in and out, rebounded by James. Montel James dribbling the full court, always dangerous, back out to Kyle Moore. Kyle Moore has to kick it back out. Excellent transition defense that time by LCU, as Williams screaming for the heavens, and I would too. And I definitely would too if I was only a 10% three-point shooter. Roberson working down low. Roberson, very methodical move, but he scores. And 6 quick points in the half for Xavier Roberson. As Montrell James goes right up, and they're going to call a blocking foul. That's going to go against Xavier Roberson. And that's going to be the first foul on the half by LCU, second on Roberson. As we go, C.J. Maxwell going to check back in, and Jace Lobner and Carlton King for LCU. First time checking in on the half. Field and Floto check back out. So 55-49 is right there. Great block that time by Donaldson. LCU now with possession. As King dribbles it up full court. Over to Lobner. Lobner and Roberson, the little 15-footer, and he's got the hot hand right now. Xavier Roberson with 9 points in the game. As excellent backdoor cut by Maxwell. Excellent defense being played by Baker. LCU looking to push. Pass up to Donaldson. Donaldson on the shot fake, goes right to the rim. Tries to score, but Baker on the follow-up, and he puts it in for LCU. 2-point ball game. Williams bullies his way. That is a jump ball, and that's going to Spazay right here. Possession stays with Crowley's Ridge. And LCU turning up the pressure on defense now. doing a very good job at that end of the floor. Here we go, Kyle Moore back out to Williams. Williams thought about it, instead puts the ball on the floor and scores. And a 30-second timeout going to be called. And you know what? Why don't we stick it right here? So right now, coming out of the second half, both teams, at first we're walking up, moving a little slow, but we're right back to the pace that we were in the first half of play. 57-53 in favor of Crowley's Ridge. LCU definitely putting an emphasis, got to get it down to the big man in Xavier Roberson, and he has produced so far. For Crowley's Ridge, I think right now their secret to success is keep pounding in the paint. And so far, I mean, it got to 2 threes by Braden Williams, but as we mentioned earlier, just a 10% three-point shooter. So if you're living and dying by that, not going to be living very long. So both teams got some cleanup work to do on the defensive end, so we'll see how it goes here the rest of the way. Right now leading the way, Montreal James for Crowley's Ridge. Point to mention out, might have taken a few jabs at him so far on the stream, but averaging just 4 points a game, has 18 right now for the Pioneers. So excellent work by him. Roberson for LCU with 15. As Williams will try another 3, and that's a brick off the front of the rim. James fighting for it, and he has ended up with a number of offensive rebounds on today's matchup. James goes right to the rim. They're going to call foul on the floor. And that's going to go against Bryce Cook, his first. Team's third. Or I believe second is what the scoreboard's saying. All right. Moore has it. Moore dribbles in. James, he'll try a 3. That's too strong. So LCU now on offense. As Donaldson, he'll go right to the rim. Kicks it back out to Baker. Excellent hands by Williams, and we got a foot race to the rim. Williams lowers the shoulder, goes right in, and scores on Nehemiah Baker. And immediately into a press. LCU able to beat it with ease. 3-on-2 fast break. Lobner wisely throws it back out, and we'll set up shop here for LCU. Donaldson, a couple hard dribbles, goes right to the paint. That shot no good. Carlton King, though, with the rebound. Goes up, no good that time either. Excellent fight for the ball, but it's going to end up in the hands of the Pioneers. And Montreal James to Kyle Moore, and he'll wisely slow the pace up a little bit. James now to Williams. As Williams tries to kick it back out to Maxwell. That shot no good. And I don't understand the Maxwell taking a long 2 with his back foot on the three-point line. I don't understand it. But here we go, LCU now with the ball. As Donaldson back over to Cook. Cook, the 15-footer, that's money. Little known fact, I went to high school in the same conference as Bryce Cook, and that is his bread and butter shot. I cannot tell you how many times he hit that shot on me. I played a little basketball back in high school, but people like Bryce Cook scored a double-double on me every time we played, so obviously that's why I'm up here and he's playing right now. So we got a foul on the play. Is Floato going to check back in? And that foul going to be against Braden Williams, his second, team's third of the half. 4-point game, 59-55. Crowley's Ridge still in that 2-2-1 press. But they're able to beat it with 2 easy passes, and that's how you got to beat a press. So Floto now with the ball up top. Crowley's Ridge back into a man defense. Donaldson goes right in, and they're going to call a foul on the floor, and that's going to go against Kyle Moore. So for tail 2 halves with the officiator now, the officials the first half only called 7 complete fouls on both teams. And right now, already up to 6, and we're not even halfway through the second half. So Donaldson. Carlton King over to Lobner. Lobner to Donaldson. Back to Floto. Floto puts up a three. That's in and out. Good fight for the rebound that time by Lobner for an extra possession for LCU, and that's going to be a foul called on the floor. And that foul going to go against Alex Marrow. And Coach Perkins not happy about that one. So that's going to be the second foul on him, fifth foul of the half for Crowley's Ridge. Lobner now has it. Sees a screen from King. Out to Floto. Back to Lobner. Lobner kicks it back down to King. King goes to work. Got to do something with it, but he walked. And that's going to be another turnover. That's going to be turnover number 8 on the day for LCU. 8-4 as far as the turnover ratio goes. Here we go now, Kyle Moore. Runs off a screen, gets into the middle. Set kicks it out to Maxwell. Back to Merrill. Merrill to Moore. 12 seconds on the shot clock. Moore goes up the running 10-footer. That's no good. Good, excellent rebound right there by Chase Lobner. And LCU now with the basketball. So Floto working on Moore. Moore got to be careful. He is swiping after the ball like crazy. As Donaldson will put up a three. That catches the bottom of the net. Excellent shot by Josh Donaldson. And we got ourselves a 1-point ball game. Excellent block that time by Floto, and it's going to stay here. Floto, that's got to be like his third or fourth block on the day. And we'll check when we get a chance at the timeout. So Moore now has it. Over to Maxwell. Back to Moore. As he goes in, that shot way off. Here comes LCU now. Excellent way to break the press right now. Carlton King, he'll put up a 50-footer, and the bank is open on a Saturday, folks. LCU, and oh my God, they're going to say he crossed over out of bounds. Nothing going right now for Crowley's Ridge as LCU has reclaimed the lead by 1, make it 60-59. So just a careless mistake right there, not making sure that you were behind the out-of-bounds line on the inbound. As Floto a three, that's no good. And they're going to say a foul on the rebound. That's going to go against Bryce Cook. That'll be the team's third of the half. And second to go against Bryce Cook. So with 9 minutes to go here in the second half of play, and that's a weekend one, but he will go to the line to shoot one more. That foul going to go against Carlton King. Sending C.J. Maxwell to the line. Fourth foul of the half committed by LCU. As Xavier Robertson and Cody Russell going to check back in. So 2 big men for 2 big men. And Maxwell on the year, a 70% free throw shooter, 21 for 30, so one of the better ones. Excuse me, one of the better free throw shooters on this Crowley Ridge Pioneers team, as his free throw is up and in and out. Sometimes the announcer's curse is a little good thing, I guess, but oh well, depends who you're rooting for. So 61-60 in favor of Crowley's Ridge, as they're going to set the shot clock to 24, so we'll have an NBA shot clock for the rest of this possession. So Lobner now. Over to Donaldson in the corner. He kicks it down low to Roberson. Roberson has the double team his way. Kicks it back out to Donaldson. Montrell James doing an excellent job. Roberson a three. That's too strong. It's smart move by Floto to look up at the shot clock after Crowley's Ridge trying to call 5 seconds with 11 seconds on the shot clock. That ball goes out of bounds. Going to be Crowley's Ridge basketball as Nehemiah Baker going to check in. Excellent minutes on the play with the absence of Dominic Williams, who is not able to play today. Jace Labner doing a very good job with the amount of mitts he's had. And one pass beats the press. 20 seconds to go on the shot clock, and here comes LCU. Floto over to Donaldson. Working off a couple screens, back to Baker. Over to Donaldson. He'll put up a three. Wide open. Too short. And we're calling ticky-tack fouls both way at this point. That foul going to go against Cody Russell, number 31, and it's 5 fouls apiece. So checking into the game right now for Crowley's Ridge, number 22, Riley Clairday, and number 1, Braden Williams. And Montrell James now over to Moore. Kicks it into Clairday. And the putback dunk, no good. And here comes LCU. Russell back to Donaldson. He thought about him, instead kicks it out to Baker. Baker drives right to the rim. Back to Roberson. Roberson over the left shoulder. That's no good. And right now, if I'm Coach Ingmeyer, I'm thinking about putting Field back in, as we've hit a cold spell from deep. Williams, and he's got 3 threes on the day. So 64-60. You know, I got no words for that one. All I know is an offensive foul on Josh Donaldson. I guess you can get fouls in the NAIA by being bigger than somebody else. So here we go. So 4-point ball game, 7:20 to go here in regulation. As they try the give and go to Williams, an excellent reach around right there, and he's able to score to put the lead back up to 6. So Baker now. Picked up by James to Floto. Floto over to Roberson. They kick it down low to Russell. Russell with the pump fake. And he's going to walk with it. And right on cue, A.J. Field going to check it back into the game. So here we go now. Maxwell drives right to the rim, goes up, shot blocked by Russell. And Maxwell, the better athlete, but Russell better timing on that one. As Baker back to Roberson, he'll go right to the rim. They're going to call the blocking foul, and he will go to the line to shoot 2. That foul going against Riley Clairday, his second, team 6. So 6 fouls apiece for both teams. We're shooting free throws either way the rest of the way. So put up Xavier Roberson to the free throw line. And this free throw, no good. Xavier Roberson on the day, now 2-4 for 50%. And he goes to the line to shoot 1 more. That free throw is good, so make it 3-4-5. 5-point ball game, 66-61 with 6:30 to go here in regulation. As Williams will put up another 3. That's way off. Rebound, though, by Clairday, and Crowley's Ridge will get another possession. Clairday thought about the 15-footer, instead kicks it out. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Kyle Moore now has it in the paint. Kicks it over to Maxwell. Maxwell got to do something with it, and they're going to offensive foul. That's going against Maxwell. Excellent charge taken that time by Jansen Floto. And that's the 7th foul of the half, as A.J. Field going to check in for Xavier Roberson first on C.J. Maxwell. So if you're LCU now, got to capitalize on this possession. Field over to Donaldson. Donaldson, the shot fake goes right to the rim. That shot too short. Clairday with the rebound. The Pioneers looking to push. Williams goes right to the rim, and he will go to the line to shoot 2. That foul going to go against Cody Russell. And that'll send Braden Williams to the line. On the day, a 0 for 0 for, as this will be his first attempt from the charity stripe. First attempt is no good. As Braden Williams on the day, or excuse me, on the year, is a, there we go, 82% free throw shooter. So rare miss by a good free throw shooter, but he makes the second one. And checking back into the game is David Ballard, the 6'2 senior from Brookland, Arkansas. This game originally supposed to be played yesterday, and the women's was supposed to be played today, but earlier this week this was switched to a doubleheader, so the women's part of action comes up next as Donaldson's three. That's good. 67-64. It's a three-point game now. So keep in mind the women's action. They'll face Crowley's Ridge right after this one. As Williams puts up another three. That's too strong. Floto on the rebound. LCU with a little momentum, see what they can do with it. Baker goes right to the rim. That shot no good. Russell now, and there's a lot of contact on that steal. But here we go. Jordan. And that foul going to go against Jansen Floto. That'll be his second, team's 8th of the half. So that'll send Montrell James to the free throw line. As James has 18 points on the day, 2 for 2 from the charity stripe. His first free throw, no good. So got one more attempt at it. And James done a very good job scoring well below, or excuse me, scoring way beyond his season average. And his second free throw attempt on its way, and that is good. Timeout going to be taken by Coach Perkins. Full timeout, so we're going to take a timeout ourselves. Be back here in just a moment on the Red Line Network. All right, here we go as we get back underway. 5 minutes to go, or just over. We got 5:04 if you want to be precise, following along on DAC stats. 5 minutes and 4 seconds to go here in the second half. It is a 68-64 ball game in favor of Crowley's Ridge. Foul situation, got 8 fouls on LCU, 7 fouls on Crowley's Ridge. So either way, we're shooting free throws the rest of the game. As good tip that time by James as that ball goes way into the backcourt. Baker able to recover, but only 15 seconds to work with. Here we go, Donaldson. He'll try a three. That three off on the left side. Russell, great rebound. He'll try the putback. That's no good. Donaldson tips it back out in a fresh 20 seconds now for the Red Lions. Is Baker. He'll try it. That's a 2. But Nehemiah Baker makes it work, and it's a 2-point ball game. Here we go now, 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. James takes it up. He tries a 15-footer, and it is today Montrell James's day, as he's got 21 points now for the Pioneers. As Floto over to Field. Field will take a three. That's in and out, but good. That with a friendly bounce. In the anti-announcer's curse, A.J. Field puts it in, and it's a one-point ball game, 70-69. 3:45 to go here in the half. James kicks it down low to Williams. Williams sees the double team, kicks it back out. Moore thought about the three, but instead puts it on the deck. And 12 seconds in the shot clock now for the Pioneers. Moore shot is blocked that time by Russell. And LCU now with a chance to reclaim the lead. Good cut that time by Cody Russell. He'll go up. That shot well short. Excellent defense being played that time by C.J. Maxwell. As James goes right to the rim. Back out to Maxwell. That three is good. I thought his foot was on the line, but they're going to call the three there. So lead back to 4, 73-69. And a timeout going to be taken, a full timeout, which means we'll take a quick break ourselves. You're watching LCU basketball here on the Red Line Network. All right, so we got 3 minutes to go. It's 73-69 ball game, and just a couple of little stats real quick right now. Leading the way is a two-headed monster of Montrell James and Braden Williams for Crowley's Ridge. You got 21 and 26 apiece. Leading the way for LCU, Xavier Roberson with 16, but it's been scored by a committee for LCU as Roberson's got 16, Floto with 14, and then you got a couple people with 9, and A.J. Field, Donaldson, and Baker. So scored by committee to two-headed monster, depending on what approach you want. Either way, we got ourselves a ball game. 3 minutes to go, 4-point game. As Donaldson goes right to the rim, out to Floto. He'll try a three. No good that time. Rebounded by the Pioneers. So Moore slows it up, trying to eat off a little bit of clock. Montrell James and Kyle Moore, just an excellent cut right time for an easy layup. The lead back up to 6. Reminder coming up after this, we have the women's portion of the day as LCU ladies take on the Crowley's Ridge women's basketball team. As here we go now. Baker to Donaldson. He'll try a three. That's good! Excellent three-pointer by Josh Donaldson. And the lead now cut to just 3. So LCU scratching and clawing their way to keep this game close. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. They kick it out to Ballard. That time to Maxwell. Maxwell working on Russell. He kicks it back out to Williams. And they're working their way to find the last-second shot as that time a rare miss on the day by Montrell James at point-blank range. And LCU with a chance to tie. Field over to Baker. Crowley's Ridge still in a man defense as Donaldson goes over to Field. Field hands it off that time to Baker. Donaldson back over to Field, and they're going to call a blocking foul, saying his feet was moving, but of course that's the three that falls for A.J. Field. That foul going to go against David Ballard. The 8th foul of the half, so we're shooting a 1-on-1 for Josh Donaldson. So Donaldson on the day, 0 for 0. This will be his first attempt at the free throw line. His first attempt, no good. The lead stays at 3 with 1:30 to go. So Montrell James, and you got to imagine they're going to waste all 30 seconds of this shot clock. As here we go now. Ballard over to Williams. Williams kicks it down low to Ballard. Ballard with a shot fake, and he'll go to the line to shoot one more. And David Ballard, after not doing anything the entire game, shows up at the end. It might have one of the bigger buckets of the ball game for Crowley's Ridge. So timeout going to be taken by Coach Schingemeyer. And right now, so we got a 5-point ball game, 1:12 to go, so it's not out of the picture yet. But you got to imagine if he makes this free throw, it's going to be a steep, steep uphill climb for the Red Lions. So right now, both teams, one more foul by Crowley's Ridge, and LCU is shooting 2. The rest of the way, Crowley's Ridge, we're still in a 1-1 coming up for the Red Lions. While we have a moment to mention it, the next game for the men's team will be a Thursday. It'll be January 21st, taking on Oakland City University, the Mighty Oaks. That game going to be played over in Oakland City, Indiana. It starts at 7 o'clock. That's Thursday, January 21st. And follow that next game on the Red Line Network. And we got ourselves a doozy. The first game students are back Monday, January 25th. We have the crosstown rival Lincoln College Lynx in town, both men's and women's, to face your LCU Red Lions. And, boy, that's a game where you want fans, absolutely. But we'll have both games right here on the Red Line Network. So that's what's coming up next for the Red Lions. Also a reminder, the women's portion of today's action going to take place approximately, see the time right now, 2:30. That game's set to start at about, I believe, about 3 o'clock. So I'm going to say about 3:15, 3:30 start time, depending on when this game gets over. So Ballard at the line, and he does not complete the three-point play. So 5-point lead now. Crowley's Ridge set up, all 5 guys in defense. Here we go now. Field, the step back 3. He has the hot hand and it connects. Great 3-point shot by A.J. Field to cut this game down to just 2. Quick timeout taken by Coach Schingemeyer. 30-second timeout. So A.J. Field, after going borderline ice cold here in the second half with a clutch 3-point shot, and we have ourselves a 2-point ball game with a minute to go here in regulation. Wow. Oh, man, that's a moment where I wish I could see fans here, because that would have been an electric part. I remember last year just how loud this gym could be, so we miss you guys. We wish you were here, but thank you once again for tuning on the Red Line Network. As A.J. Field said, this game's not over yet. But here's the question now remains. If you're LCU, do you start fouling? Do you play it safe? Do you put up pressure? I'm not sure what Coach Schingemeyer is going to do right here, and it looks like he's going to send all 5 guys back in prevention mode. No full court pressure. A minute to go, 2-point advantage. So we go now. Kyle Moore with the ball. Moore working on Baker. He'll go right to the rim. Tries to kick it out to Ballard. Ballard, that time, kicks it into Wilson. Wilson, stolen away by Russell. And here we go. LCU now with a chance to take the lead or tie. Here we go. 35 seconds to go. Donaldson on the left side working on James. And they're going to call a blocking foul. That's going to go against Montrell James, and that'll send Donaldson to the line to shoot 2. So we go now. Josh Donaldson at the free throw line. I believe they had 9 fouls, but I guess there was an issue with the shot clock, or with the scoreboard, because there's only 9 fouls. So either way, each team shooting 2 the rest of the way. So they're going to call a foul, and they're shooting 2 now. So that's going to be the 10th team foul on the half. That foul going to go against Nehemiah Baker. And that'll send Braden Williams to the free throw line. Williams on the day just 1 for 2. But he's got 26 points, a great day for Brayton Williams in the absence of Bo Roberson. But he'll go to the line. Crowley's Ridge clears out. First attempt on its way is no good. Crowley's Ridge in full prevent mode. Here we go now, 2-point ball game. Free throw on its way, and that one's good. So you know, Baker runs it up, and timeout going to be taken by Coach Ingmeyer. Last timeout. And the clock continued to run, so we're going to put 2 seconds back on the clock. Going to be 17 seconds remain as we get the scoreboard worked out. So it's going to be a 3-point ball game, 78-75 is what I've been saying. They're putting 18 seconds on the shot clock. So we got ourselves a doozy, folks. 3-point ball game, 18 seconds to go with multiple 3-point shooters on the LCU's team. So you know that they're going to be full prevent mode. And right now, if you're LCU, the question is, do you work for the 3 or do you take what the defense gives you? Because you got to imagine that they're going to be a little generous with letting you blow by them. And honestly, Crowley's Ridge on the day, just 50% from the free throw line, and they are an abysmal free throw shooting team altogether as they come in here on the year just shooting 40% as a team. So at this point, I don't think you can go wrong. But one way or another, got to put the shot up, and it's got to go in, which I guess is the name of the game, but oh well. Here we go now. 18 seconds, 3-point game. Yeah, it's okay. Coach Perkins going to call full timeout. Didn't like what he saw. So we're going to take a last timeout ourselves. We'll be back here in just a moment here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back here. Got a 3-point ball game, and you got to imagine right now, if you're looking at anybody in Crowley's Ridge to give the ball to in a position like this, they'll probably go to either James or Williams, as honestly, they're the only people that have even close to 50% from the line right now. Not a lot of attempts, as you got James 3 for 4 and Williams 2 for 4. As soon as this possession gets done. Here we go now. Field has the ball, gives up to King. Got to do something with it. 8 seconds left. Field, got to put up a shot. Field looking for anything. Baker, he puts up a 3. That's good! Nehemiah Baker ties the game up with 0.9 seconds remaining. And a clutch shot by Nehemiah Baker, and we have ourselves a tie ball game. Timeout, Crowley's Ridge. Woo! And with 0.9 seconds remaining, we have ourselves a tie ball game. Oh, man, I wish you guys were here. Woo! I know my man Jake James Carter and Tyler Basso would be right up front, and this gym would be electric. Oh, man, so right now, 1 point. So we have a tie ball game. Where appears we're heading into overtime, but I've seen crazier things happen. And right now, Crowley's Ridge, obviously, you want to jump into somebody or get a half-court heave. But right now, if you're LCU, you cannot foul at all costs. And here we go. We come back. 0.9 seconds remaining. Revenge game right now for LCU. 0.9 seconds, just enough. You only need 0.8 to get up a shot. Here we go now. Working through. Baseball pass heave right there for Kyle Moore. That's tipped up, and that'll conclude regulation. We're headed in overtime. So exciting way to end this ball game, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a moment. Game tied at 7-8 apiece. You're watching LCU basketball on the Red Line Network. So if you're just now joining us because you've seen on social media or anything like that, we have ourselves a tie ball game heading overtime after a clutch shot by Nehemiah Baker. And Baker, not known for his three-point shooting, actually he was 0 for 1 going off of that, but Baker able to hit the giant shot for LCU to force this game in overtime. LCU going to get the first possession. 5 minutes is the NAIA overtime length. So here we go. Donaldson, left side to Floto. Floto guarding closely, gives it over to Baker. Baker picked up by Williams. Receives a screen from Roberson. He cuts right into the lane, and he's being held all sorts of ways, and he'll go to the line to shoot two. And that foul going to go against Riley Clearday. So I'll send Nehemiah Baker to the line. Baker on the game, 0 for 2 from the charity stripe. And first shot, no good. Call the charity stripe because these are freebies. Got to hit your free throws. So second shot by Baker is good to break the tie, 79-78. Here we go. James now. Montreal James gives over to Kyle Moore. Kyle Moore being guarded closely. The kick back out to James. He'll go right to the line. Great block that time by Roberson. Ball on the floor. Ends up in the hands of Nehemiah Baker. And we're going to call a foul on the floor. That's going to go against Kyle Moore. And just a good hustle play. I would have called it for Kyle Moore. But the official calls the foul. That'll send Nehemiah Baker back to the free throw line. Both teams shooting two from this point out. And Kyle Moore now picks up his third foul of the contest. So Baker, his first attempt is no good. Got some players heckling Baker. And he makes the second. Got a couple players heckling Nehemiah Baker. Act like they aren't 50% from the free throw line themselves. Here we go now. Kyle Moore goes up. Back out to Williams. Williams thought about the three. Instead puts up a contested 15-footer. And great shot. That time by Braden Williams. Passed up a great open three for a very contested mid-range. But gets it to fall. Here we go now. Field to Floto. Kicks it inside to Roberson. Roberson, the double team on its way. That's kicked out of bounds, and I'll stay here. Here we go now. Roberson, that pass tipped behind from Clairday. Game tied at 80 apiece as Williams, the little runner. That's no good. In and out. And neither team really getting an advantage here in extra time as Baker to Donaldson. Runs off a screen. He'll put up a three. That's in and out. Good rebound that time by the Pioneers. As Maxwell doing his job cleaning up the glass. As Williams now with the ball. Williams into James. James, he'll try a 15-footer. Too strong. Gets his own rebound. Goes right back up. That's too strong as well. Rebounded by the Red Lions. 3:10 to go here in overtime. Baker over to Field to Floto. And he'll settle things down with about 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. Donaldson over to Baker. Baker the rip through. To Field, he fumbled it, but has to put on the deck a 15-footer. Great shot by A.J. Field. And that's what you need for a confidence booster for one of the most lethal shooters we got here in the NAIA. James now kicks it inside to Clairday. He fumbles it. Ball still up in the air, finally controlled by Moore. Moore runs off a screen from Clairday. He goes right to the rim. Dump off to Moore. Fumbles at that time as well. And Moore has got all kinds of butterfingers, Clairday. And we'll walk it up the court with a 2-point advantage. 2:20 to go now in overtime. So Baker dribbles to the left side. Skip past that time to Donaldson. Donaldson the dump off to Field. Field goes right to the rim. He puts it up. That's too strong. James has it. 1-on-3 fast break. Kicks at that time. And great time by Maxwell as he goes right into contact, and he'll go to the line to shoot two. That foul going to go against Josh Donaldson, number 15 for LCU. That'll be his second. Both teams in the double bonus. And that'll send C.J. Maxwell to the free throw line. Got 11 points on the day. And his first free throw is up, and that's good. Maxwell, his first trip to the line, now 1 for 1. And on the season, Maxwell, 70% free throw shooter, so one of the better free throw shooters on a not good free throw shooting team, as he goes 2 for 2 from the line to tie the game up at 82 apiece. As Baker now dribbles up on the left side. It's Montreal James doing just enough to slow things up. Floto gets the ball in the paint. Floto goes up, back out to Baker. They kick it back down to Floto, doing an excellent job on the two-man game, and they're going to call the foul. That's going to go against Montreal James. So that'll send Jansen Floto to the free throw line. Be his first trip to the line today. Floto on the year, a 85% free throw shooter. First free throw is good. So second free throw on its way is good. So after Crowley's Ridge player says already missed it, he goes 2 for 2 from the line. So I'd say free throw shooting just fine. Here we go, 84-82, a minute 30 to go here in overtime. James goes right to the paint. A series of ball fakes, dumps it right down, and a good find that time by Montreal James to Tyrell Ware. And we have ourselves a tie ball game at 84 apiece. Baker up top to Field. Over to Floto. Kicks it inside to Roberson. Here we go now, 10 seconds on the shot clock. Baker, got to do something with it, over to Donaldson. Donaldson goes right to the rim, the floater on its way. Roberson up with the rebound, he goes up and scores! And we'll go to the line to shoot one more. That foul going to go against Kyle Moore. That's going to be his fourth. As excellent grown man move by Xavier Roberson to score and go to the line to shoot one more. And that free throw is good. 3-point advantage now for LCU. We're under a minute to play, 55 seconds left, 87-84. Montrell James now with the ball. Dribbles right in, goes right to the heart of the defense, and he's going to be fouled, which will put him to the line to shoot two. So a quick foul going to go against Donaldson. Seeing Montrell James to the line, team in double bonus. It'll be the third foul against Donaldson. So that'll send Montrell James to the line. Montrell James right now 3 for 4 from the charity stripe on the game as his first attempt is up and good. Here we go. Field checks in, as well as David Ballard for the Pioneers. 48 seconds remain. So Montrell James, the senior guard, goes up second. He goes 2 for 2 from the free throw line. So here we go now. Clock still hasn't started. So I believe they're going to put 40. Should be about 44, I believe. See what they're going to do with it. So right now, as we're trying to get the clock situated. So there we go. 45.8 going to go on the clock. 1-point ball game, 87-86 in favor of your Red Lions. Here we go. Baker dribbles it up. Here we go. Baker kind of dribbling out, trying to waste some clock. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Baker going to go right in. He kicks it out to Field. Field kicks it down to Floto. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Floto will try running three. In and out. No good. Baker on the rebound. Shot clock violation. They're running. 2-on-2 fast break. Moore goes right to the rim and scores the weak and one. Awful, awful foul call. Terrible call right there. And that foul going to go against Josh Donaldson, his fourth. And Crowley's Ridge has reclaimed the lead by 1. So we got a timeout on the floor. So Coach Ingmeyer going to call a timeout, and boy, oh man. So a lot of bad things happen on that possession. If you're a Red Lion fan, first, no transition defense. You saw only 2 guys back for LCU. And then a very, very weak and one. So the officiating has gone from calling nothing in the first half to calling everything here in the second half and then in overtime. But nonetheless, 13.4 seconds, still a lot of time. If Kyle Moore makes this, which on the day, Kyle Moore, kind of a quiet day for Moore. Thought he'd have a bigger role still at 10 points, but he's 0 for 0 from the line. I thought he was going to have a bigger game, being the third leading scorer in this game without their 2 best players in Corder and Bo Roberson. But Moore on the year, 71% from the free throw line. So he makes this still a 2-point ball game with 13 seconds left. And boy, this has been an exciting matchup. Either way, whoever you're rooting for, if you're a Pioneer at home or a Red Lion at home, this has been a very exciting NAIA game of basketball as Moore puts up the free throw, and that's good. 2-point lead for Crowley's Ridge, and Coach Perkins going to call a timeout. All right, so we'll keep it right here. Just a little scoring update. Looks like Williams, 1 more point, gives him 30 as he's got 29 on the day. Leading scorer on for LCU is still Xavier Roberson. So 2-point game, 13.4 seconds, still a lot of time, as I mentioned earlier, but you got to go quick. And right now, if you're LCU, really two modes of thinking. Do you hold for the last shot? And that'd be the confident approach, hold for the last shot. Either tie the game to sit into double OT or go for the win and take the three, or do you go quick as you can to guarantee that even if you have a miss, you have a second chance to put it back up? I don't know. Either way, we have ourselves a doozy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we come back to the action, and we'll have ourselves set up for an exciting ending to this one. All right, 2-point game, 13 points, 4 seconds remaining. Baker going to dribble it up, 10 seconds left. Baker fake the handoff, goes right to the rim, goes up, and scores! Tie ball game again for Nehemiah Baker. Here we go. James running the full length of the court, kicks it back down. A near turnover, that's going to be a shot behind the rim, and we're heading to double overtime. So Nehemiah Baker with a clutch shot in regulation and then in overtime to tie the game up at 89 apiece. Woo! So we got 5 more minutes on the clock, which means we're going to take a quick timeout so your announcer can catch his breath. You're watching LCU basketball here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and a heroic effort by Nehemiah Baker as he had a clutch three to put the game into overtime and then a clutch layup to put the game into double overtime. So we have a second overtime here in store. Here we go, 5 more minutes of action. Crowley's Ridge gets the opening tip-off, 3 on its way, and Kyle Moore finds the bottom of the net. Blind Squirrel finds nut eventually. A rare three-point play is there now, just 28% from 3 as a team. Baker, he'll put up a long 2. That's good for Baker. 2-point shot up and good to make it a 1-point ball game. So both teams with a quick shot on their possessions. Here we go now, James. They kick it down low to Maxwell. Maxwell working on field. He'll try the runner. That's no good. That ball sails out of bounds. That's going to be Red Line basketball. So it looks like just a single-man press. It's Montreal James just there to slow Baker up in the full court. So we go now. Baker over to Lobden. That time, here we go. Baker to Floto. He'll try a 3. That's good! 3-pointer good by Jansen Floto. Lead up to 2 for LCU. James, he goes up, tries to go quickly. Backed out to Williams. Good closeout that time by Floto. Tries the 15-footer, no good. Good rebound that by Floto. And a dumb foul on Crowley's Ridge. And that's going the other way. So Jansen Floto hits the 3-on-1 in, has a great closeout on the other end, gets the rebound and gets fouled, and will go to the line to shoot 2. And Floto hits the first. And the second attempt is good. Jansen Floto stays perfect from the line. Lead now up to 4, 96-92, 3:30 to go here in double overtime. Montrell James dribbles in. He goes from amongst the trees. That shot no good. Field has it hit out of bounds by Maxwell. That's going to be LCU basketball. Here we go. Josh Donaldson checks in for Jace Lobner. Good minutes that time so far for Jace Lobner. Here we go. Baker working on James. As Baker goes right up, kicks it down to Russell. They're going to call a blocking foul. Says his feet were inside the circle, and Baker going to go line to shoot 2. So the right play to try to take the charge, but too far deep. And they're going to call the block on that one. And Baker hits it. And Baker goes 2 for 2 to silence the bench of Crowley's Ridge. Here we go now, 6-point advantage, 98-92. Moore, he'll jack up a 3. That's in and out. As Baker going to get the rebound, gets it to Field. And here come the Red Lions with 3 minutes to go. Here we go now. Baker working on James. And that's an obvious slap, but not going to be called. Baker goes up. That shot no good. Maxwell has the rebound. And I guess we're letting him play here in overtime. Moore kicks it right back down. Excellent find to David Ballard. And a quick timeout on the floor. So we're going to call a quick timeout ourselves. Back here in just a moment on the Red Line Network. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, a 4-point ball game, 2:42 to go here in double overtime. And I guess I was wrong about the girls' game starting at 3 to 3:30 because it's already, well, I guess my watch forgot to switch times. They might start on time, who knows? Well, 3 o'clock now, but we'll figure it out. Baker with the ball now. Picked up full court by James. Over to Floto. LCU-wise, taking up as much clock as they can. Donaldson rips through. Over to Russell. Russell goes right to the rim. He muscles his way, and that's another blocking foul. His feet were moving 100 miles an hour, so good call. And that foul going to go against Braden Williams. And he's got 2 on the line. They'll send Cody Russell to the free throw line. And he's 1 for 1. And I don't care how nice of a mustache she has. Duncan for Crowley's Ridge is called already missed it 4 times, and we're perfect from the line whenever he calls it. So, oh well. Here we go. Moore dribbles in, out to James. James with the spin move, back out to Moore. 100-94. Williams, he puts up a 3. That's no good. As that time, Ballard on the rebound. Russell with the steal. LCU has the ball with 2 minutes to go. It leads up to 6, 100-94. Here we go now. Baker milking as much time as he can. Working on Moore. He dribbles right in. Kicks it out, time to Floto. Floto to Donaldson, wide open 3 on its way. In and out. Good rebound by Russell. He goes right back up. That shot no good as well. Rebounded by Crowley's Ridge. Wish Russell would have hit that out so we could have got more clock out, but either way, got to play good defense now. Moore to Maxwell for 3. No good. Rebound that time by Floto. And another dumb foul 90 feet from the hoop. And that's going to go against Montrell James. And that'll send Jansen Floto for the free throw line. So that's going to be a 3rd on James. And Jansen Floto now. And he makes his first. So Xavier Robertson, number 50, and Jace Lobner, number 25, going to check into the game for the Red Lions. Floto makes both of the line to put the lead at 102-94, and barring any major comebacks, might have just put the game away. Williams got to barrel his way right to the line, and he's fouled and will go on the line to shoot 2. That foul going to go against Cody Russell. And that's his 3rd on the game. And that'll send Braden Williams to the free throw line. Braden Williams 2 for 4 on the day at 50%. First free throw is good. So Robertson and Lobner check out, or Lobner, excuse me. And Field and Donaldson check back in. And Braden Williams doing his part on the day, as Williams now with 31 points. His timeout going to be taken by Coach Perkins. 102-96. We'll be back here in just a moment. You're on the Red Line Network. So here we go. It's about to get back underway. Got 1:15 to go. 6-point advantage, 102-96 in favor of LCU. Reminder, both teams shooting 2 from the line. Every foul from here on out. As Donaldson got to do something with it. They finally get into Floto, and a careless turnover that time by the Red Lions. As Donaldson and Field check back out, Lobner and Roberson, check in. 20 seconds on the shot clock, 1:15 to go here in double overtime. Here we go, Williams into Moore. Williams, he puts up a 3. That's in and out. Rebound that time by Roberson. And here we go now. Baker dribbles it out. Picked up hard that time by James. And we're under a minute to play. Baker wastes as much clock as he can and finally goes to the line to shoot 2. Surprised they took so long to foul, as they let about 20 or a good 15 seconds run off from the time Baker got the ball before they actually committed the foul. So Nehemiah Baker goes to the line to shoot 2. Baker's first shot, no good. Baker's second is good. 7-point advantage, 3 possession ball game now. As Moore goes up and connects, cut the lead down to 5. As here we go now. As Roberson going to be fouled in the backcourt. And that foul going to go against Braden Williams. That'll be his 4th. So Xavier Roberson misses the first one, as Field going to check back in for Lobner. Second one on its way. That's no good, too. 40 seconds to go. 103-98. James got to go quick. Goes right up to the line and connects that time to make it a 3-point ball game. Baker has it. Back over to Roberson. Kicks up that time to Floto, but Roberson fouled in the backcourt, and I believe that's going to be 5 fouls against Braden Williams. I believe he just fouled out. And no, they're going to... And yes, I do. That is correct. So, Braden Williams, the leading scorer for the team with 31 points, has just fouled out of the contest. So, Braden Williams ends the game with 31 points. Ends up 11 for 21 from the field, 5 for 9 from 3, and 4 for 6 from the line to go along with 6 rebounds, 1 assist. So just overall a good performance by Braden Williams, and they needed it without Bo Roberson. So Xavier Roberson goes to the line to shoot 2. First free throw on its way is good. This dude keeps talking, but they are not good free throw shooting team. As Roberson misses the second, 4-point game. 30 seconds to go. James going quick. James out to Ballard. His 3 is good. 1-point ball game now. And a timeout going to be taken by LCU. And with a 6-point lead has been cut down to just 1 by the heroics of David Ballard. Ballard on the year, just a 23 awful 3-point shooter, but they trust the senior to come in at the end. Not a lot of minutes, and he connects. As that's Ballard's only got 7 points in the game. So 23 seconds, 1-point advantage, 104 to 103 in favor of LCU. Both teams shooting free throws. Likely Crowley's Ridge not going to foul here. And right now, I don't know what the answer is. Because shot clock turned off so they can waste all the time in the world if they want. So I guess we'll just have to see what Crowley's Ridge decides to do. Oh, man. My voice is going dry, but hey, we got another game after this. Reminder, Crowley's Ridge women's team comes into town and actually in the doorway right now to face our LCU Lady Red Lions. That game going to take place after the conclusion of this one. As here we go now. Field set to inbound. As they kick it into Donaldson, and Donaldson immediately going to be fouled, but about 3 seconds runs off the clock. So that'll send Josh Donaldson to the line 0 for 2 from the free throw line on the day. 0 for 2 and just a 16% free throw shooter on the year. So Donaldson, the first one is good. So if you're Crowley's Ridge, you fouled the right guy. So we go, Donaldson. Second one is good once again. So a 3-point game. Should have got the sub in, but didn't, as that one and another awful and one going to be called. And that foul going to go on Baker, and if he makes this, we have ourselves a tie ball game in double overtime with 16 seconds remaining. An heroic game right now for Montreal James, as he's got 27. They'll send Montreal James to the line. 1-point ball game. Free throw up on its way is good. Tie ball game, 16 seconds remaining. Shot clock turned off. Baker. Here we go. Baker got out quick, gives it up to Field, puts up a three. That's good! 3-pointer by A.J. Field. 3-point advantage with 6 seconds remaining. Kyle Moore with the basketball, dribbles the full court. He puts a three. That's blocked. That's blocked. And that concludes the game. 109-106 LCU. And heroic shot after heroic shot tonight for your Red Lions ends up in a 3-point advantage in double overtime. Woo! So, little game summary. Nehemiah Baker with the 3-point to send it overtime. Nehemiah Baker with a shot to send it in double overtime. And a made 3-pointer by A.J. Field to win the game. And more importantly, the game-sealing block by Jansen Floto on the other end. 109-106, we're going to get 15 minutes in between the games. Quick rundown of the scoring effort for both teams. Ends up Montreal James with 27, Braden Williams with 31, 2 points for Tyrell Ware, 18 for Kyle Moore, 13 for C.J. Maxwell, 7 for Key Robertson, and 7 for Ballard to end up with 106. And for LCU, 18 for Nehemiah Baker, 14 for Donaldson, 6 for Carlton King, Jay Slobner with 2, Jansen Floto with 23, Cody Russell with 4, A.J. Field with 20. None more important than that final shot. Bryce Cook with 2, and Xavier Roberson with 20 points to end up with 109 total points. So that'll be so long here for the guys' portion of the action. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back here for the women's side of things. You're watching LCU basketball on the Red Line Network. please stand by for starting lineups. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Laughlin Center for game number 2 of today's doubleheader between the Pioneers of Crowley's Ridge College and your Lincoln Christian University Red Lions. At this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise for the saying of prayer, and then we'll get underway with starting lineups. Please pray with me. God, thank you for just a beautiful day, and thank you for a good, safe first game. And God, I pray that we can just continue the excitement for all the skills and wonderful abilities that you've given us here in the second game. God, we love you. We pray all these things in the holy and mighty name of Jesus. Amen. And now let's meet the starters first for the visiting Crowley's Ridge Lady Pioneers. At guard, a 5'4" freshman from Marion, Arkansas, number 3, Kaya Williams. At guard, a 5'6" senior from Gatewood, Missouri, number 22, Octavia Lowry. At guard, a 5'5" freshman from Jonesboro, Arkansas, number 32, Travia Woodruff. At forward, a 5'10" freshman from Jonesboro, Arkansas, number 42, Kiana Hardaway. And at center, a 5'10" senior from New Bern, Tennessee, number 50, Kiva Brandon. Lady Pioneers are coached by Brad Phillips. And now, the starting lineup for your LCU Red Lions. At guard, a 5'3" freshman from Wayne City, Illinois, number 3, Avery Seidel. At guard, a 5'10" junior from Fulton, Illinois, number 5, Jordan Bryce. At guard, a 5'4" freshman from Metamora, Illinois, number 10, Lexi McClure. At guard, a 5'9" junior from Williamsport, Tennessee, number 21, Audrey Henningsen. And at guard, a 5'6" senior from Chillicothe, Illinois, number 32, Michaela Smith. Lady Red Lions are coached by Kristen Lowry. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here for the second game of today's doubleheader versus Crowley's Ridge. You missed the guys' double overtime win against Crowley's Ridge. And boy, it was a doozy, 109-106. So we start the women's portion of the contest, LCU and Crowley's Ridge. LCU going to start the ball on offense. We're in the home whites, red trim, black outline. Crowley's Ridge in the away blacks, green trim. And here we go now. Price thought about it, but goes in herself, and that shot off. And here comes Crowley's Ridge. Here we go now. Woodruff gives it over to Lowry. Lowry averaging 23 a game, so got to contain her if you are the Red Lions. And that shot is good by Travia Woodruff. Talking to Coach Lowry before the game, he said, key today is generate energy. As Henningsen will try a 3, that's good. And way to start off with a bang if you're LCU and Audrey Henningsen. But Coach Lowry said, gotta generate some energy. I know it's hard to create energy when there's no fans in the stands, but trying to get some energy here today. As Lowry will try a 3. That's no good. That ball finds the ends of Woodruff, and she goes amongst the trees. That shot no good as well. Here we go now, McClure. Dribbling the ball up, skip pass up to Smith, and that's right off her fingertips, out of bounds, and will be Pioneer basketball. Man, I do apologize for there's ever some shortness of breath, but whew, you try doing an exciting double overtime game. As here we go now. Woodruff runs off the screen, gets it down to Lowry. Lowry kicks it back out to Williams. She'll try a 3. Kaya Williams, that 3 misses everything. And here comes LCU. Bryce running the court. Kicks up to Henningsen. Henningsen goes up and scores. And Audrey Henningsen continues to impress. Right now, averaging about 8 a game. We saw her the last time here on the Red Lion Network at a huge 25, I believe, point barrage. So here we go now. Hardaway goes up, and she puts it in for the Pioneers. So a short bench today for Coach Phillips, as we got a couple people with COVID, a couple people with injuries for this Pioneers team, as they only have 6 eligible players today. Just got to be careful, not want to pick up too many fouls, but we got a foul already. That foul going to go against Kaya Williams, the freshman from Marion, Arkansas. So Seidel set to inbound. Gives it out to Price to Henningsen. Good defense being played. Seidel would have been wide open. Smith will try a 3. That's good. Great start for LCU as they had 2 threes coming out of the gate. So going to Lowry working on Smith. Good defense that time by Michaela Smith. Lowry back to Woodruff. Woodruff dribbles it in, kicks it back out. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Lowry gets in the middle of the paint, kicks it back out. Williams back to Lowry, got to put it up. That 3, too long. Rebounded by Seidel, and we're going to have a foul 90 feet from the hoop. And that foul going to go against Travia Woodruff. So we go now. Smith has it for LCU. Over to McClure. McClure back to Seidel. Henningsen finally breaks the paint. She brings it up. That's no good. Here come the Pioneers now. As it's Woodruff. So Williams. Williams not about the 3. Good defense being played by the Red Lions right now. As that is an excellent drive by Kiana Hardaway, but that shot's no good. Foul on the play by Audrey Henningsen, and that'll send Hardaway to the line to shoot 2. First free throw attempts by either team. Hardaway on the year, averaging 12 points a game from the free throw line. She is 14 of 29 for 48%, and she makes the first. His second free throw on its way, maybe a little silent curse as that was dead silent. And hoods up play by Kaya Williams to throw it off Henningsen, and they get another possession with 20 seconds to work with. Here we go, Travia Williams to set to inbound. Gives it right down to Lowry. Lowry no good. Goes back up again, and she scores. Make it now 8-7. 1 point advantage for LCU. Henningsen. Goes over to McClure. As we go now, Price. She goes hard to the paint. Out to Henningsen. She'll try a 3. That one too strong. And here come the Pioneers now. As Woodruff kicks it right up to Hardaway, and she's able to score. And the Pioneers take the lead by 1, make it 9-8. So McClure has it left side. Over to Smith. Back to Price. Price, the baseline drive. Maida got away with a travel there, but still puts it up and in. And LCU reclaims the lead by 1. Here we go now. Woodruff with the ball. Over to Williams. To Lowry. Back to Woodruff. Tries to get it down to Brandon. Good hands that time by Seidel. 5-on-4 now, though, at Hardaway. And that's too easy. And right now, Crowley's Ridge just getting whatever they want out of the LCU defense. As Price has it. Go over to Seidel. Seidel a 3. That's good. Good shot by Seidel. And that is now, for LCU, 3 3-pointers. They're now 3 of 4 from behind the arc. So 13-10, 4:30 to go here in this first quarter of play. Is Woodruff over to Williams. Williams trying to get it down low to Brandon, being pestered up top by Lexi McClure. Good steal that time by Price. Here we go now, 2-on-0 fast break. Jordan Price will lay it in. 15-11, timeout going to be called by Coach Phillips. We're going to take a timeout ourselves. You're watching LCU basketball on the Red Lion Network. Here we go as we're coming back out of the timeout, 15-11 in favor of LCU. Good steal by Price. She goes up one-on-one fast break, one girl to beat. She goes up, and they're going to say she walked with it first. Good attitude by Price after the turnover. Just smile and laugh it off. So still 15-11. Crowley's Ridge being a little careless with the ball right now. As Woodruff has it. Woodruff finally goes to the paint, makes a move, back to Hardaway. She goes up. That shot no good. Gets her own rebound, though. She was a little up and under move, losing the ball. Here we go. Seidel running the court. Seidel back to Smith. Pass intercepted, though, and here comes Williams. One girl to beat. She goes up. That shot wild. Lowry, though, with a rebound. Kicks it up to Hardaway. Back to Lowry. Over to Woodruff. She'll try a three. That's too strong. Rebounded by the Red Lions. As we go now, Seidel with the ball. And they're going to say she walked. All right. They're going to say she walked with it. That's going to be another turnover by the Red Lions. And checking into the game for the first time today, we got Rebecca Kilpatrick, the 5'5" sophomore from Farmer City, Illinois, by way of Blue Ridge High School. As Woodruff receives a screen from Hardaway. Good smack that time on McClure. As excellent defense being played, especially by Price and McClure right now. Hardaway goes up, and she will score and will go to the line to shoot one more. That foul going to go against Rebecca Kilpatrick. It'll be her first, team second of the quarter. Sending Hardaway to the line. Her free throw, that's good. It's now 1 point ball game, 15-14 in favor of your Lady Red Lions. 2:40 to go here in the first quarter. Smith has the ball, gives it off to Kilpatrick. Over McClure. Good offense being run. McClure has a wide open three. That's too strong. Rebounded by the Pioneers. Lowry now. Over to Hardaway. Hardaway kicks it in that time to Brandon. Brandon shot too strong. Still 1 point advantage. Here we go, Smith to Price. Price the dribble handoff to Kilpatrick. She'll try 50-footer. That's blocked by Woodruff. And Kilpatrick, it's about a minute 30 of game time, is committed 2 fouls. That's going to come into the game. Keegan Lord, the 5'8 freshman from Normal, Illinois, by way of Calvary Academy. Is Woodruff now with the ball. Kicks it over Lowry. She'll try a three. That's in and out. Weird rebound that time by Brandon. Back to Hardaway, and Hardaway right now with 12 of Crowley's Ridge's 16 to start the game. McClure working on Lowry. Over to Price. Price, she'll go right to the rim. That's up and in. So LCU reclaim the lead, 17-16. Good steal that time by Michaela Rosenberry. Here we go. Rosenberry got one girl to beat. Kick that time to Lord. Lord puts up the 8-footer. That's good. So 19-16, 52 seconds to go here in the quarter. So it's Woodruff picked up by Smith. Woodruff over to Brandon. Good job by Price to force her outside. Hardaway goes down. Back to Woodruff. She'll try three. That's in and out. Good tip out that time, but that's going to be, oh, ball still in. McClure has it. 24 seconds. So shot clock turned off here for the quarter. Smith to Price. Here we go, 12 seconds. And it looks like the Red Lions are going to hold for the last shot. Smith inside to Price. Price goes right in. Little up and under move. Kicks it back out to Lord, and they will not get a shot up. And that'll conclude the first quarter play. 19-16 in favor of your Red Lions is the score. We'll be back here for the second quarter here in just a moment on the Red Line Network. All right, we'll reset. Full 10 minutes here. 19-16 is the score. In favor of your Lady Red Lions, Woodruff dribbles right amongst the trees, pulls up a floater, and that's good. Making a 1-point game now in favor of LCU. It's Michaela Smith now. Over to Price. Price inside to Rosenberry. Rosenberry kicks it back out to Lord. Good ball movement right now. Good motion by LCU. McClure kicks it in. She'll try an 8-footer. That's in and out. Possession now to the Pioneers. Woodruff, good kick ahead that time to Hardaway. She can't handle it though. And that's another turnover for Crowley's Ridge. Smith inside to Rosenberry. She throws it up. That's no good. Price on the rebound, but she's fouled. And that's going to stay here. So that foul going to go against Octavia Lowry. McClure has it. Dangerous pass, ends up another turnover. 2-on-2 fast break. Woodruff gives over Williams. Good hands that time, though, by Keegan Lord to throw that out of bounds. Possession going to stay here. As Henningsen going to check back into the game. Jordan Price comes out. As Woodruff kicks it up. Hardaway thought about the long two. Instead, decides to put it on the floor. Three, way off. Misses everything. Here comes the Red Lions. Rosenberry. Back over to McClure. McClure kicks it up to Michaela Smith. Back to McClure. Thought about the three, instead goes right in. She'll throw it up. That's no good. Thought she was fouled, but we play on. We go Lowry now. Deep three on its way. That's good. Count it for Octavia Lowry. And Crowley's Ridge now with a 2-point lead, 21-19. So Smith now, she gets it in to Lord. Hand off that time to Henningsen, and they're going to call foul on the floor. See, that'll be against. There'll be a second foul of the quarter. That foul going to go against Travia Woodruff, her second foul. Yep, second foul and second in the quarter. So you got first substitution right now for the Pioneers. As Marissa Huntsberger checks in, the sophomore forward from Cosmocon, Missouri. Seidel a three. That's short. Here we go now. Lowry, the transition bucket is good. Not a big fan of transition mid-range, but very smooth shot from Octavia Lowry. So Seidel now has it. 23-19 is the score. Henningsen, she goes right in. They're going to call it jump ball, and that's going to stay here. Here we go. Seidel kicks it in. Seidel to McClure. McClure goes in, and she will go to the line to shoot two. That foul going to go against Kiva Brandon. Send Lexi McClure to the free throw line. McClure, the 5'4" freshman from Metamora, Illinois. And on the season, McClure, a 37% free throw shooter, and the shooting woes continue as she misses the first. Just 3 for 8, make it 3 for 9. 4 for 10, though. 40%. There you go. Is Jordan Price going to check in? Keegan Lord will take a seat. Here we go now. 3-point ball game, 23-20 in favor of Crowley's Ridge. Lowry, she'll take a three, and that is good. And Octavia Lowry catching fire right now here in the second quarter. As Lowry's now got 10. Over season total, she is averaging 23 a game. So Henningsen over to McClure. The corner to Rosenberry, her three, way long, misses everything. Crowley's Ridge looking to push. Lowry, transition three, step back on its way. That's good. And Octavia Lowry red hot to start the second quarter off. Now a 9-point lead for the Pioneers. As Bryce has the ball inside. Bryce out to Henningsen. LCU moving the ball around. Here we go, 5 seconds shot clock. Henningsen will try a three. That's short. Here we go now, Hardaway in transition, and she has a bucket. 11-point lead now for LCU. Quick timeout going to be taken by Coach Lowry. We're going to take a timeout ourselves. Be back here in just a moment on the Red Lion Network. Welcome back. And how about you guys? But keep checking my phone in the middle of the game, as I'm an avid race car driver. And today, the finale of the Chili Bowl, and I have not missed a single race up until today. So, but those of you watching that are dirt race fans, Jason McDougall made his way from the E main now all the way. I believe he's in the D main from what I can see. So a lot of good racing going on in around Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. Is that foul? On the floor, 11-point advantage, 31-20 with 6:10 to go here in the second quarter. Seidel thought about the three, instead gives it to Smith. She'll put it up. That misses. Here we go, 2-on-1 fast break for the Pioneers. Lowry just up in the hands of Woodruff, and that's going to be a turnover for LCU basketball. Here we go, McClure over to Henningsen, back to Seidel. As good hands that time by Woodruff. Going to be another turnover committed by LCU as she goes coast to coast with that. Shot no good. Brandon, that shot is up and good by Hunsenberger. As excellent take that time by Michaela Smith. Lead still at 11, 33-22. As we approach the halfway point here in the second quarter. As Woodruff runs off the screen from Herzenberger, and that's going to be a foul going the other way. Stuck her leg out. And that foul is going to go against Marissa Huntsberger. That's good fight getting through that. If you're Avery Seidel right there, and checking back into the game is Kyle Williams. Smith now runs the show for LCU. Kicks it inside to Henningsen. Henningsen, little crab dribble, but a steal. Another steal by Williams, and she comes back into the game hot. She goes up 1-on-2, misses, but will go to the line to shoot two. So here we go now. Kyle Williams will go to the line. 0 for 0 on the game. First attempt at the free throw line. So Williams' first attempt is good. Kyle Williams on the year, and it looks like not seeing any stats for her on there, which is odd, but oh well. Here we go. 34-22, lead now up to 12 for Crowley's Ridge. Henningsen got the ball in the corner, kicks it back down to Michaela Smith. A little give and go, but she walked with it. That's going to be another turnover for the Red Lions. That is now turnover number 7. Turnover ways goes 7-7 right now, but you wouldn't know it by looking at the scoreboard. As Williams gives it up to Lowry. Lowry runs off the screen. Good switch that time. As Henningsen's going to stay with Hardaway. Hardaway goes right in. A little step back 8-footer. That misses everything. And here comes LCU. Price running the floor. Kicks it up to McClure. Got away with a ridge as Octavia Lowry. Good skip past that time to Seidel. She'll put up a 3. That's no good. And that's out of bounds. Going to be Crowley's Ridge basketball. As checking back into the game is Travia Woodruff. There's a timeout going to be called on the floor. Full timeout, which means we'll take a break ourselves. Back here in just a moment on the Red Line Network. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 4-2 to go here in the first half of play. 34-22 lead in favor of Crowley's Ridge. Here we go. Woodruff now with the basketball. Being pestered by 3 defenders, but still finds a way to get it into Brandon, and she lays it in. (36-22) now. Is Henningsen back up to Seidel. Seidel thought about the 3 instead and gives it over to McClure. Good ball movement. Passed it all the way around the horns for LCU as Price lost it but then found it, and she lays it in for 2. So the lost and found box is good. Here we go now. Woodruff back up top. Lowry for 3. That's good. And she is unconscious from deep right now. As Henningsen has it to McClure. Over to Seidel, but that pass tipped out of bounds. It's going to stay here. So we are just under 3 minutes to play here in the first half. Seidel back out to Henningsen. Henningsen thought about handing down to Price, but it's time to go out with it. McClure. Good skip pass that time to Smith. Seidel, she'll try the elbow line jumper. That's no good. Ball's going to be out of bounds, but nope. Good save that time. Thought they were going to call it, but Henningsen tipped it back in as Brandon goes up off the shot fake and scores. 41-24 now for Crowley's Ridge. It's Henningsen. She'll go right to the lane, the little runner. That's good for Audrey Henningsen. So Woodruff now picked up by Seidel. They kick it at that time to Lowry. Lowry, good dump off pass that time to Hardaway. And the lead continues to grow now. Here's Price. Gives it to McClure. McClure, she'll thought about it. She'll take the 3. No good. Too strong that time. Rebounded by the Pioneers. Woodruff running the floor. Kicks up time to Brandon. Brandon, that shot no good. Seidel looking to push. Seidel. Or McClure. McClure, she'll tack the rim. Instead, take an 8-footer. That is good to break the scoring drought for the Red Lions. Woodruff dribbles it down now as we approach the 1-minute mark here in the first half. 43-28. Woodruff, she runs right downhill, gives out to Williams. She'll take the 3. That's too strong. Rebounded by Lowry, though. Lowry back out to Williams. Good ball reversal. As Lowry, she'll try a 3. That is good. And when you got it, you got it. And she has it today. Lead now to 18 for the Pioneers. McClure out to Henningsen. 30 seconds to go. Good give and go that time as Henningsen goes up. And that shot going to go out of bounds. Michaela Rosenberry checking back into the game for the Red Lions. Rosenberry, the 5'11" freshman from Mahomet, Illinois. Mahomet Seymour High School. So shot clock is turned off. We got 20 seconds remaining. So we go now. Woodruff looking on McClure. She goes up. They're saying no shot. The foul going to be on the floor. That's going to go against Lexi McClure. That'll be the second foul of the quarter committed by LCU. And waiting on the scoreboard to see. That'll be her first in the ball game. So 9.7 seconds remaining. Shot clock turned off. Here we go. Woodruff kicks it down low to Hardaway. Hardaway goes up, and she is fouled by Henningsen, and will go to line to shoot 2. Foul going to go against Audrey Henningsen, her team's third foul. and her first. And that will send Hardaway to the line. Hardaway right now 2 for 3. And that first free throw on its way is good for Kiana Hardaway. So she goes 2 for 2 from the line to extend the lead to 20. 3.1 seconds. Henningsen going to heave it up. That is almost banked in. And Lowry picks it up, almost banks it in herself, but that'll conclude the first half of play. So 20-point advantage, 48-28. We're going to take a break. We'll be back here for the second half and first half analysis here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back here as we're about to get underway here with the second half of action here at the Laughlin Center. Just tuning in. LCU, the ladies team, down by 20, 48-28 here. So here we go now. As Woodruff has the ball, kicks it out to Hardaway. Team switch ends. Back out, Lowry. You got to run her off the three-point arc if you're LCU. It was Woodruff. That goes out of bounds and stays right here. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Here we go, Woodruff kicks it into Hardaway. Hardaway, the home run pass. That shot is short. Rebounded by Jordan Price. And Bryce going to take it up herself. Gives it up to Smith. And see, Coach Lowry mentioned before the game, one of the keys he wants to see is energy from the team. No fans in the stands, so got to generate your own energy. As Seidel puts up a three. That's short. Rebounded, though, by Henningsen. She follows. No good that time either. As Price, way to get on the floor as Price ends up with another possession. Seidel thought about the three. Does decide to take it. That's short as well. But Coach Lowry talked about before the game, got to create some energy, got to have a little pride in how you play. And we'll see if LCU can do a better job down big to start off the second half. So Woodruff on the dribble, picked up by Seidel. As she kicks it out. Williams thought about it, but back to Woodruff. It's good cut that time by Brandon, and always had a coach tell me when in high school, never allow passes through you. You can have passes around, but the passes through you are what kill you. And that's a classic example of that, as Brandon, just a nice, easy face cut to the rim, and she'll get the bucket. LCU now on offense. McClure kicks it back out to Henningsen. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Henningsen's shot no good. And Woodruff now looking to push. Kicks it up that time to Brandon as well. Brandon, and she walked with it. Brandon caught that pass too deep, but before she realized it, she moved both of her feet. And that's a turnover for the Pioneers. So Smith dribbles it up. Smith into Price. Back out. 15-foot on its way from Henningsen. Gets on rebound, though. Good fight that time by Henningsen. Is McClure back into Seidel. LCU moving the ball around the perimeter. Seidel lost it for a second. Recovers, though. She'll go up, and she'll be fouled. And she goes to the line for two. So that foul going to be against Kiva Brandon. Be her second foul of the contest. First foul here in the third quarter. That'll bring up Avery Seidel to the free throw line for LCU. First free throw attempt is no good. Seidel on the year, Avery Seidel on the year, averaging, it looks like 50%, 2 for 4. So not a lot of free throw attempts on the year as she stays at 50%. She's now 3 of 6, 1 of 2 from the line tonight. 50-29 advantage for Crowley's Ridge. They have the ball with 7:30 to go here in the third quarter of play. It's a good take by Woodruff. No contest right there, and she goes all the way to the rim. Here we go now. Smith kicks it over to Price. Price to Seidel. She'll take a three. That's good. And maybe that's the spark LCU needed as Seidel ends up with a wide open three-point shot. And lead back to 20. Woodruff penetrates the defense. Kicks out to Williams. She'll try 15-footer. That's no good. Rebounded by Michaela Smith. And they're running 2-on-1 fast break. Henningsen. She'll take it herself. She goes up and scores for the Red Lions. So a little 5-0 run now for LCU. As they try to kick it into Hardaway, but that pass too long. They stay with it, though. Brandon back to Williams. She thought about the three, instead drives in. Back over to Hardaway. 5 seconds in the shot clock. Hardaway tries a point-blank shot. That's no good. Rebounded by Seidel, and they're looking to push it now. Seidel, 3-on-2 fast break. And she pulls out as Henningsen. She'll take the 15-footer. That's no good. And Woodruff decides to slow things up now for Crowley's Ridge. As Woodruff now picked up by Seidel. Out to Williams. To Lowry. She'll try a three. Lowry no good. But you can't keep giving her that too many good looks. It's good hustle play that time by Seidel. As we got a double switcheroo coming in. 2 subs coming in. And before we can get to that, Coach Lowry calls a 30-second timeout, which means we're going to take a quick break ourselves. We'll be back here in just a moment here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back as we're about to get back underway. 5:42 left here in the third quarter of play. Crowley's Ridge leads 52-34 as they get it right in. Shot blocked by Rosenberry. As Jordan Price, good hustle, but she touched the ball standing on the line. So discussing the shot clock. And a little controversial call as Jordan Price tipped the ball back in, but she landed out of bounds. And they're still saying she had possession. So Crowley's Ridge of fast 30 seconds to work with. And you know Brad Phillips knows it because he was smiling from ear to ear through the mask on the sidelines. So, oh well, everybody makes mistakes sometimes. As here we go now. Good pass, entry pass that time to Williams. Or excuse me, that's not to Williams, that was to Woodruff. Is that foul going to go against Lexi McClure? First team foul of the quarter. And second on the game, that'll send Travia Woodruff to the free throw line. First attempt is good. So Woodruff on the day is now 1 for 1. And Woodruff overall is a 56% free throw shooter, but she goes 100% from the line there to push the lead back up to 20, 54-34, 5:30 to go here in the third quarter play. Right now, if you're LCU, you got to start stringing some stops together. As McClure tries a three, that's off right. Good hustle that time by Jordan Price. And Seidel tried to save it herself as well, but that ball goes out of bounds. It'll be Crowley's Ridge basketball. Is Woodruff now with the ball. Michaela Smith, you can see, standing very close to Octavia Lowry. As Woodruff dribbles it in, but they're going to call a foul on the baseline. Let's see if that's on. That's going to be called against Jordan Price. This will be his first on Price, second on LCU here in the third quarter. Minor the women's side of things. If you get 5 team fouls in the quarter, that'll issue the bonus. No bonus or double bonus, just 2 free throws after 5 team fouls here in each quarter. So Woodruff now working with 10 seconds. Woodruff attacking Seidel. She goes right up to the lane and makes the shot. 56-34 now for the Pioneers. Smith has it over to Seidel. LCU now gotta score in this possession. Seidel, she'll try three. That's too strong. Good rebound though by McClure. She'll try the 4-footer. That rings around the rim and no good. Rebounded by the Pioneers. Here we go. Lowry with the ball. Working on Michaela Smith. Instead gives out to Woodruff. On the fake, she'll go right to the rim. No good that time. Rebounded by Smith. And they're looking to run now. 2-on-1 fast break. McClure goes up. That shot short. Williams has it. Up to Woodruff. And good cut that time by Williams as she goes right to Lynn and scores. Actually switches to a 30-second timeout. Going to be taken for Crowley's Ridge as they have opened up a 24-point advantage, 58-34. We're going to take a second break ourselves. Be back. Welcome back after the break. 3:55 to go here in the third quarter of play. 58-34 advantage for Crowley's Ridge. If you'd like to follow along with live stats tonight, go ahead and get on to DAK Stats. That's DAKstats.com, the official stats provider for all things NIA sports. Once again, that's DAK Stats. You get live scoring and stats for tonight's contest. Here we go now. Kayla Smith kicks it inside. Good handoff by Rosenberry. Back out to Lord. She'll take the three. That's too short. Here come the Pioneers now. Woodruff now. The ball on the right side picked up by Seidel. It looks like they're trying to slow things up. Use a lot of clock on this one. Hardaway turns and faces. She'll spin back to the middle. Good move that time by Hardaway. And Brandon almost got the rebound, and they're going to say it's off on her. It'll be LCU basketball. Crowley's Ridge remains in a man defense. As Lord looks like she thought about the three and sit, gives it up to Rosenberry. Or to Michaela Smith. Back to Seidel. To McClure. McClure drives into the middle lane. Skip pass out to Rosenberry. 8 seconds to go on the shot clock. Good cut that time by Rosenberry. She goes up and will go to the line to shoot two. An excellent ball movement that time for the Lady Red Lions. As the foul's going to go that time on number 50. That will be on Kiva Brandon. Be the third foul on her. Second foul for the quarter for the Pioneers. That'll send Michaela Rosenberry to the line. Rosenberry makes the first. Michaela Rosenberry, her first attempt to the line. Make her 1 for 1 on the year. Looks like Rosenberry a perfect 2 for 2. Oh, hey, there you go. Make it 4 for 4 on the year. She's batting 1,000 from the charity stripe. 58-36 now. 2:40 to go here in the third quarter. As Woodruff guarded by Seidel. They're trying to set things up. She tries to go, finally goes to the right of the screen. Excellent set play as Hardaway ends up with a point-blank shot at the rim. That shot no good, though, as she's working in and scores. That foul going to be on Keegan Lord, and Hardaway will go to the line to shoot one more. So Kilpatrick will check into the game for the first time here in the third quarter. It's Hardaway. Her free throw attempt is no good. Smith now has the ball. Back out to Rosenberry. She'll try a three. That's too short. Excellent effort on the rebound that time by Smith, but it ends up in the hands of Woodruff. Woodruff dribbling up the court. Over to Lowry. Good closeout defense that time by Michaela Smith. It's Woodruff on the skip pass. Goes to the middle. Back down low to Hardaway. Hardaway goes up. That shot no good. She gets her own rebound, though, and it looks like she's going to be fouled on the floor. So that foul is going to go against Avery Seidel. That'll be Seidel's second, team's fourth, and I thought it was going to be on the floor, but evidently they're saying in the act of shooting. She misses first, and I guess the ball don't lie, so. And right now, if you're an LCU, it looks like if you're looking at LCU right now, it looks like body language, the energy is at a low right now. So right now, if I'm Coach Lowry, I am just begging. That's a long two by Kilpatrick, too strong. I am just begging the team, the girls, to finish with a little fight. You're down big. It's an uphill climb with 1:40 to go here in the third quarter. But at least end with a little fight. As that time, Woodruff dribbles right past Seidel, no help side defense, and she goes to the bucket and scores 62-36. Smith now back out to Rosenberry. Let's see how LCU can finish this third quarter. Good cut that time by Smith. She goes across the middle and scores to end the scoring drought for the Lady Red Lions. Maybe that's a little spark the team needs. Here we go, Woodruff. Excellent D by Seidel as the ball goes out of bounds, but it'll stay here as Audrey Henningsen going to check back in for Seidel. 1 minute and 3 seconds remain here in the third quarter. They get into Lowry. Lowry working on Smith. She goes right to lane, receives a bump, and scores. 64-38 as Smith walked with it. So Woodruff now with the basketball. 40 seconds remain here in the third quarter play. It looks like they're going to milk the shot clock. Shot clock down to 15. Looks like they're going an interesting screen by Brandon. Surprised they didn't call it for moving. That ball going to go out of bounds, and they're going to call travel. That's another turnover committed by Crowley's Ridge. Here we go now. Shot clock turned off. 28 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Coach Lowry calls to wait for the last shot. Here we go now, 15. 10 seconds, and here we go. Kilpatrick over to Rosenberry. Rosenberry hits Lord. Receives a handoff. Open three up by Rosenberry. That's well short. Goes out of bounds. It's going to stay here, and they got a second to work with. So 1 second here in the third quarter. As Henningsen goes up, and that'll conclude the third quarter of action here in the Laughlin Center as Crowley's Ridge leads big 64-38. We're back here for the fourth and final quarter play here in just a moment here on the Red Line Network. Welcome back as we're about to start the fourth quarter of action here as Crowley's Ridge leads 65-38. And right now, if I had a personal challenge to LCU is end with some fight. Because if you look at the body language so far at the girls on the bench as well as the girls on the court after mistake, they just look defeated. I mean, and they just look as Price goes in. She got hacked, but no call on that one. It's all looks like every girl on the bench and on the court looks defeated. So right now, if I had a personal challenge to the Lady Red Lions, it's end with some fight. It's Kilpatrick, kicks it up to Smith. Smith, down low to Kilpatrick. She thought about the 15-footer instead. Gets a layup. Excellent take that time by Rebecca Kilpatrick. It's Woodruff with the ball. It receives a handoff to Lowry. Lowry held to just 2 points there in the third quarter. Way off that time by Woodruff. And here comes LCU now. Bryce running the floor. Michaela Smith with the ball. Kits Price. Price, the pump fake. Goes up, gives it back out to Rosenberry. The three on its, or excuse me, no, thought she was going to take the three, but instead puts it on the deck. An offensive rebound, which means a fresh 20 seconds to work with. Long two on its way, and that's off by Smith. And right now, looks like Crowley's Ridge in pure waste time mode. They're using up almost all of the shot clock. Shot clock down to now just 12. Woodruff goes right to the rim. That's no good. Henningsen with the rebound. Got to make a push if you're LCU here. There's Smith with the ball in her hands. Gives it inside to Henningsen. Good handoff to Rosenberry, and they're going to call foul. And that foul is going to go against Kiva Brandon. We have a substitution coming in as a fourth foul on Kiva Brandon, which means number 41, Marissa Huntsberger, the sophomore forward from Casacong, Missouri. As Rosenberry's first attempt is good. All right, here we go now. Rosenberry's second attempt at the line. That's strong off the back of the rim. And here we go now. Skye Williams gets it into Woodruff. And she's holding it up. And Coach Lowry telling the girls to play out. Don't let them stall on the clock. As Williams receives a stream that time by Lowry. Kick inside to Huntsberger. Huntsberger tries the 4-footer, and that is good. So excellent cut right there by the Lady Pioneers as Smith goes in. Smith kicks it over, and that pass intercepted. And here we go now. One girl to beat. Lowry goes up and scores. And it is a 69-41 advantage. As Price goes up. That's no good. Good effort and fight that time by Henningsen, and they're going to say it's out of bounds on Crowley's Ridge Red Line basketball. Rosenberry, good reversal. Kicks it down low to Smith. Smith back up to Price. She'll try the 18-footer, and that's good. Good find by Michaela Smith, and great shot by Jordan Price.
Let's go, Lincoln. Here we go.
As Woodruff now walks it up. Guarded closely. Gives off to Lowry. And that ball sails out of bounds. Jordan Price lets off a roar, and we got ourselves a good old double switcheroo as McClure and Seidel check into the game for LCU. So LCU showing a little pride right now. That's what you love to see if you're Coach Lowry. As Price has it. Over to Smith. Back in the corner, Seidel. Don't want to leave her open, but that shot too long. So we're going now. Woodruff running the floor. Over to Williams. Williams got it closely by McClure. McClure is reaching in at a maximum right now. Back over to Woodruff. Back to Lowry. Lowry puts up a three, and that is good. Michaela Smith has done a great job defending Lowry, but lets her go that time, and she's able to make the three. Henningsen, she'll try the mid-range shot. No good. Good fight for a rebound, though, but it's rebounded by Lowry. So good swipe that time, and here we go. Williams working on McClure, gives that to Lowry. She'll try another three. That's an air ball, misses everything. Price looking to push now. The one-man fast break, and has the ball stripped from her. Excellent run through by Williams, working 1-on-3. And she wisely will bring it out, but the foul's going to be on the floor by Lexi McClure. That'll be the second foul on the quarter committed by LCU. Third foul on Lexi McClure. Here we go now. Woodruff just trying to dribble it outside. Dell approaches. They give it in. Good steal that time by Henningsen. 2-on-1 fast break. Henningsen going to take it all herself. Goes up. No good. Seidel gets the rebound and scores for LCU. Woodruff now with the ball. Picked up by Seidel as we are halfway through this fourth and final quarter play, and Seidel hit the ground hard. And they're going to call an official timeout, which means we'll step aside real quick. We'll be right back in a moment. You're on the Red Line Network. Thirty-second timeout, which means we're going to take a break ourselves right here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back here with 4:51 to go here in the fourth and final quarter of play. Crowley's Ridge with a commanding 72-45 advantage. So Michaela Smith dribbles it up for LCU. There's a little 2-3 defense now being played by Crowley's Ridge, trying to test them out. Good hands that time by the Pioneers, and here they come. Is Woodruff going to take it herself, dribbles out, dribbles back in. Good rebound that time by Michaela Smith. So Smith with the ball over to McClure. McClure, the 10-footer. That's good. And Lexi McClure continues to have some good touch as she'll commit the foul right there. In the backcourt, that's a fourth on McClure. Here we go now. Woodruff running the full length of the floor, dishes it down to Hardaway. Back to Lowry. And Lowry throws it to no one, but Williams able to get over there and grab it. And that shot, no good. Price running, though. 3-on-2 fast break, Price. Back out to middle, clear of the 3 on its way. 2 short. Good hustle rebound that way as excellent tip from behind by Woodruff. 3:30 to go now in the fourth quarter. Lowry, she'll put up a 3. That's good. And Lowry now at 29 points for Crowley's Ridge. As Price, she'll try the 18-footer, and that's good. So we go now. Lowry kicks it into Hardaway. And Crowley's Ridge able to beat the press with ease. As Lowry, she'll put up another 3. That's short. And they're going to call the foul going the other way. That's going to go against, 41 is going to be a Marissa Huntsberger. As Kiva Brandon will check back into the game for the Pioneers. And 2:55 remaining here in the fourth and final quarter of the play. 75-49 in favor of Crowley's Ridge as they're now in a 2-3 zone. Rosenberry back to Smith. Good ball movement right now. Just got to get the ball in the middle, and they do. Good jump off pass, and Price goes up and will go to the line. That foul going to be against Octavia Lowry, number 22. Be the 4th foul in the quarter committed by the Pioneers. 2nd against Lowry. So that'll put Jordan Price to the line. Price, her first attempt at the charity stripe today, is hit hard off the back iron. Price on the year, though, 11 for 14 at 78%. Also the leading scorer at 15 a game. And a full timeout going to be taken by Coach Lowry after she nails the second one. We'll be right back here in just a moment here on the Red Line Network. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a 25-point ball game, 75-50, 2:30 to go here in the fourth and final quarter of play. LCU, a little bit of a diamond press, maybe slow up the Pioneer attack, but Woodruff able to beat it. As Woodruff now picked up back into a 1-3-1 zone for LCU. As good interception that time by Michaela Smith. Red Lions running, kicks it up to Rosenberry. Rosenberry goes right up, and they're going to say she walked. And that's a bad call. That's a bad call. I don't know what else to say. That's a bad call. Here we go now. Lowry, skip pass up to Williams. She'll try a 3. That's short. Hardaway, good fight for the rebound, but it's going to end up in LCU's hands as Price running the floor. Kicks up to Rosenberry. Good run through by Michaela Rosenberry. And she's able to score. Minute 45 to go now. Here we go now. Woodruff beats the press. Kicks it out time to Lowry. And Crowley's Ridge looks to set up shop now with 10 seconds to go. And they're going to saw a foul on the floor. And that's going to go against Audrey Henningsen. 2 subs coming in now. Keegan Lord, number 30, and Rebecca Kilpatrick, number 24 for the Red Lions. Here goes Woodruff. Kicks it over the top. Good tip that time by Price, but Hardaway still able to get it. Gives it to Brandon. Excellent two-man game between Hardaway and Brandon on that one. Is Price running the floor now? Skips it over to Kilpatrick. The corner to Rosenberry. She'll try a 3. That's short. Price with the rebound, though. The little turnaround J, and she is fouled and will go to the line to shoot 2. That foul going to be against going to be against Ghana Hardaway. Sending Price to the line. First free throw by Jordan Price is good. And the second free throw tip, that's going to be no good. Hardaway with the rebound now. So we have a minute to go here in regulation. Crowley's Ridge leads 77-53. As here we go now. Woodruff in the corner to Lowry. Shot clock down to 10 now for the Pioneers. Williams, skip pass to Hardaway. Hardaway goes up and scores. For Crowley's Ridge. Here we go, Smith over to Rosenberry. Back to Smith. Smith will try a 3. That's a little short. Now under 30 seconds to play for Crowley's Ridge. So the shot clock turned off. As they kick it over to Woodruff. And Woodruff, 10 seconds to work with now. Guarded by Brandon, and it looks like. And now that'll do it. So Crowley's Ridge able to take the victory 79-53. So we're going to take just a short pause, and we'll be back here for closing remarks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude things here as we look at the final stat sheet. We have Williams with 5, Octavia Lowry with 29, Woodruff with 10, and Huntsberger with 4, Hardaway with 23, and Brandon with 8 to give. Crowley's Ridge 79 points. For the LCU side, Seidel with 9, Price with 14, McClure with 8, Rosenberry with 5, Henningsen for 6, Kilpatrick with 2, Lord with 2, Michaela Smith with 7 points. So everyone that scored gets on the scoreboard for LCU, but comes up just a little short today. Reminder, next time we can see the Red Lions in action is Monday, January 25th. We got a doubleheader versus crosstown rival Lincoln College Lynx. First game going to be the women's portion. That'll be at 5 o'clock Central Time. Second one to take place at approximately 7 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in tonight here on the Red Line Network. I'm Jared Glassford. So long, folks. Have a great weekend.